Hey Josh, how's it going? Hey Josh, are you there? Hey guys, how's it going?
Good. Where are you, Rob?
I am in a city called San Carlos. That's pretty
Ooh.
close to the airport.
Okay, so you're just hanging out?
Yeah. I mean, heading to the airport soon.
Okay.
So
Hmm.
basically it's got a hotel around here. Just grab some food. Just enjoying the
Okay, good.
last of the sun.
Oh, yeah, so did you have a good trip?
Yeah, it was amazing. Fantastic trip.
Okay, so do you have fun? Which do you like better, San Francisco or down south more?
I think down south is a little nicer. Like around San Jose, Palo Alto is really nice. The whole
Yeah,
Stanford area is very nice. Sand Hill Road was beautiful.
yeah. Okay, so you prefer out. Yeah, it's more sunnier. It feels more, yeah, especially it doesn't feel cramped, right?
Yeah, I mean, I got my fill of the city when I lived in New York. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like I've had enough city in my lifetime, and like I could see, like I met a lot of people actually along the way, and it seemed like a lot of the people that were like younger and or single, they seemed to
yeah,
really like the city a lot. But
yeah,
anyone with like a family and things like that, like I mean, generally further south tends to be better. You have more space. It's
yeah.
like safer, you know?
Yeah. The city, yeah, it's fun. Yeah, when you're young, but now as you get older, you don't want all that hassle of,
Yeah.
all that craziness.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I forgot to tell you to check out Nob Hill and Mason Street and just go up there. I forgot to tell you about that, right?
Okay.
But
I don't know.
next
I
time,
don't
yeah,
Yeah, I was in Nob Hill. Like I kind of
yeah,
passed through like the Russian Hill and Nob Hill. Like it was
yeah.
pretty close by and I was passing through there. I don't know if I saw Mason Street though. I don't
Okay, yeah,
remember
it's
seeing
right
that.
up there. There's a Mason Museum, right?
Okay.
So if you see it there, there's a lot, and then it's very interesting, right? It's like there's the Mason Museum right near the Mason Museum, and it's a Masonic church, right? There's a Catholic church, right? And then right across in the middle, there's like a private club, right? And then if you look around, you just have to notice it. If you notice it, you'll see like weird buildings and things that they say there's like one building, and then they have the Fairmont Hotel on the other side, right? and they say, like there's rooms that lead from, there's an underground, like from the basements that lead to all the other places in those building in those areas.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, so that's how I forgot to tell you about it while you're in, you know, San Francisco. But they say that, and then there's stories. In in the middle of it, there's this like main club, and if you see go down the street, I think towards California, right? It's like you see there's I think the West Coast, I think Federal Reserve is down there, right? So it's the West Coast
Okay.
Federal. It's all in that striking area, right?
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, and you don't notice it, and then you'll see like someone told me like some of those buildings have a lot of cameras in because you don't enter in from that side. You enter from one other building, which leads to the entrance to the other underground, right?
Right.
That's all. It's interesting, right? That area on top of that Nob Hill in California, all right there. If you really look, you'll see all those things, right? All right in the center, next to each other.
Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. I actually hung around that area. I think last week when we on the call, I didn't realize it, but it was St. Patty's Day, I think is what it was last week.
Yeah,
So I went out and I ended up hanging out around the marina. And there's like all these like crazy parties and stuff around there. It's actually really fun around that area, which is kind of like right next to Nob Hill, right?
yeah. Okay, so you're able to see it. You got the area, the field. Did you go to like Chinatown? You walk down there, all of that, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I live, or my hotel was very close to Chinatown, so I got a chance to walk by there several different times.
Okay, so yeah, but yeah, I wish I told you that last week about that area, so you could kind of like when you note it when someone tells you, like you'll zoom in a little more, right?
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Is there anyone else on this call today, or?
Yeah, Mark
Yeah.
and Josh are here. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
How's it going,
So
Mark? How are you
were you,
doing?
Robert, were you successful in your trip though, other than having a fun time?
Yeah, I feel like I learned a lot. First of all, definitely got a chance to learn a lot. Got a chance to pitch our business in front of quite a few different people. So really worked on pitching. Really learned a lot about like how to get investors and stuff. Like people taught me a lot of stuff down here. No one actually handed me a check yet, but as far as I understand, like I mean, it takes a lot of follow up to do this kind of stuff, anyways.
Mhm.
So that's going to be my next few days is kind of just following up with everyone and sort of build this out. But I really felt like most of this trip was a lot of it was just like I learned a lot from this, which is really valuable.
Yeah, especially if you can make some contact, that
Yeah, I made a lot of really good contacts actually. There's a couple people that I really need to follow up with. So I'm gonna send them some messages, get them on phone calls, maybe sometime next week, and see if we can get some sort of fundraising activity going. Actually, we won third place in a pitch competition at Menlo Park, which is pretty cool.
wow, that's good.
Yeah, it was maybe like 10 companies. We got third place, so it's pretty good. But those 10 companies, they're all like really, really, really good people. The guy that won first place, they're already making $5 million a year. Basically, the entire team is from Stanford. It was like really impressive. So like to come third place compared to someone like that, I actually felt pretty good about it.
Yeah, that's great.
Hmm. Yeah, I got a chance to work on the tan too. Yeah, nice.
Yeah, and you were here for the heat wave, right? Was it warm up there?
Yeah, yeah, it's very warm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. How hot was it in
Oh,
SoCal? It must have been really
it was.
hot.
Yeah, I mean, it hit 100 degrees for a couple days.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it was like nuts. It's never this hot. I mean,
Yeah,
I had to run the air conditioner, and I never run it in the winter.
yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, yeah, it was very hot up here as well. I think it hit almost 90 up here, which to me is I'm more than happy with that. That felt to me that felt like I was in Mexico, but like with San Francisco like people. You know what I mean? It was actually really
Mhm.
cool.
Mhm.
Yeah, yeah. California is beautiful. Like this whole state is so nice. You know?
Yeah, other than I mean, you pay for it though.
Yes, that's the only
You
thing.
know?
It's very expensive here for sure.
Yeah. I
Like
mean, like gas is some people told me that there was some they it was $8 like over in Hollywood.
oh,
It's
geez, that's
like
a lot.
yeah, I mean it's $6 here,
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah. It was 650. I was just passing by. I took a picture. Actually, it was
oh
around 650 around here.
yeah.
That's crazy, man. $8 for gas. That's like,
I know it's insane.
you
Insane.
know, like just might as well not drive. You know, like stop driving. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
exactly.
Yeah, yeah, definitely wild. I think it has a lot to do with all the taxes and stuff in California, though. I don't think that's market forces. I think that's the
No,
government
no.
trying to make it happen, right?
Yeah, yeah. I mean there's they have a special blend that they need in California to meet the emissions. So
Right.
it's intrinsically like $1.50 higher than the rest of
Oh,
the
wow.
country. Yeah.
Was
So
it like ethanol or something they have to put
yeah,
in?
well, yeah, it's like 10% ethanol. So some people have had trouble. I've heard people who had bought like older motorcycles and the tanks, I don't know what they put in. The tanks weren't made for dealing with the small, I mean, it's only 10%, right? But I guess it can eat the seals away, so their their fuel tanks would leak.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean I think it's a good thing to like, try to save the environment and all that, but man, you can't function with that gas that expensive, you know? Like
Yeah.
the economy starts to slow down, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it caused inflation. So, I mean, low inflation is not going to happen with that higher gas price.
Absolutely not. Definitely not. Yeah. Even back in Canada, I was talking to my wife and like my family, and like a lot of people back home, they're like, I just don't want to drive anymore, you know? It's gotten so expensive. But I heard that they might open up some oil refineries outside of California. I didn't realize this, but there's actually a lot of oil just outside the state. But laws have been preventing oil companies from actually drilling it. I was not aware of that actually.
Yeah.
I don't know if you heard about that at all.
Um, yeah, and there's also, I mean, they don't like them drilling off they have a bunch of offshore oil wells also, but they've had I forget what happened, but there was an oil spill, so they kind of restricted that.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I mean. It's like there's a lot of offshore oil, but there's some legal restrictions around it. That's what I heard.
Yeah.
Yeah, crazy times we live in, us.
Mhm.
Yeah. How are you guys doing? How was the
Great.
past
Yeah,
week or
it's
two?
been warm. It's been warm in Vegas. So everything,
Nice.
yeah. But yeah, it's good.
Nice. Yeah, I can imagine it's starting to get quite hot around Vegas.
Yeah. It's around like I think 85. What was it in
Okay.
was it like perfect 70 degrees?
No, I mean I look in Celsius, but let me tell you, it's 27 degrees Celsius right now. It's kind of been like this the
Uh-huh.
whole week. Let's see, in Fahrenheit, it's like 80s. Like basically the
Okay.
entire week has been like high 70s or 80s,
Oh, nice. Yeah.
which is like perfect. To me, that's like perfect
Yeah.
weather, you know? Like it's not too hot. At nighttime, it's actually really nice. It cools down overnight.
Yeah.
Like you lived in San Francisco for a while, you know how it is. Like during the
Yeah.
daytime, it's like nice sunny weather. And at
Yeah.
nighttime, it cools off. You basically have to put on a jacket, right? Which
Yeah.
to
Oh
me
yeah.
is actually perfect. You know?
Yeah. Were you able to go to the East Bay, by the way, to like Berkeley?
No, I didn't get a chance to. Honestly, it's so difficult to see everything.
Yeah,
There's, I'm starting to realize just how big the Bay Area is.
yeah,
Like it's so hard to see everything. I'd love to see Berkeley. I want to see Sarasota as well, which I think
yeah,
that's like the island right across the bay, right?
yeah.
Um, I almost actually booked a hotel because I had to book a hotel before this flight for a day, and I almost booked a hotel by what was this called again? Um, it's like in the mountains.
Oh, nice. I did that one.
Yeah,
I did that. That was really cool. Where you go, you cross the Golden Gate and you drive up, right? Up
no,
north, right? North of the
no,
Golden Gate, and they
no. This
have.
is
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
yeah. I was looking at Half Moon Bay is what I was looking at.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
but sorry, which one were you talking about?
I was talking about going up north, right? So you cross the Golden Gate and go up north, and they have along the coast all these little cabins on the cliff, and you could rent them.
Nice.
So it's really just like on the outskirts, right? So you parse all those farming town communities, right? Those farming cities communities going north, right? And then after that, you go further up, and it's more, like because you're going towards Oregon, but it's more like, on the coastal side, there's all these cabins and little like bed and breakfasts types, right? On the coast. Pretty
Nice.
cool. Yeah. So that's
Yeah,
another thing you got to explore,
it's crazy. Like the amount of stuff here is just like nuts.
Yeah. Especially, yeah, if you go north, yeah, there's a lot. Then there's wine country. There's yeah. Yeah, and you were there 2 weeks too, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh wow.
It's very hard to see that much stuff. I feel like if I lived here for 10 years, I still wouldn't see everything. Yeah, it's
That's
like,
true. That's a lot to do. Yeah.
yeah. People are telling me they're going skiing up in Salt Lake City. Like I met someone here one of the first days I was here. It's like, yeah, I'm going skiing next week. I'm like, what? Like, what are you talking about? But apparently you go to Salt Lake City and like up
Yeah,
there,
yeah.
there's like skis. You go skiing up there.
So
Yeah, which is
usually they go to Tahoe, which is I think a couple of hours from the Bay Area drive. I don't know. I forgot how many
or
hours.
sorry, maybe I meant Tahoe. Maybe I meant like Lake
Tahoe.
Tahoe.
Okay, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
They would do that on the weekends. Yeah. Here it's from Vegas. It's Salt Lake. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's closer to you. But even though Vegas, I don't think is that far away from where we are either.
Yeah.
I feel like you could probably drive down to Vegas from here. Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, the place I was looking at, Half Moon Bay, like it literally felt like, or what it looked like was in Canada, like when you drive up north and
Uh-huh.
you like get a place like a cabin on the water or whatever, or almost like
Yeah.
in Banff. They kind of look like that. It's like in the mountain ranges, like overlooking the water. It's like this looks amazing.
Also,
But
you got a hotel at Half Moon,
I
right?
did not. I did not.
You
The
didn't.
reason
So
why,
next time you know where to stay, like, if you get a car, it's kind of, just explore different areas, right?
absolutely, yeah.
Or, like, so if you're south more, you could stay in like Santa Cruz, right? Or
Yeah.
Carmel, right? If you Google Carmel, that's really pretty out there,
Oh, is
right?
it? Yeah.
Yeah. You go Santa Cruz, Carmel, very nice. That's why people like, if you ever came to the West Coast, I would tell you, of course, flying to Vegas, right? See the Vegas, drive to LA, and from LA, right? Do a little of the LA stuff, right? And then
Hmm.
go up the coast, drive up the PCH 101. That in itself is that's like that's a good 2 week vacation right there. Just driving up and stopping so you just rent a car and just drive up the coast. And then you just stop along coastal communities. So start Vegas, get a car, rent, drive, or start in LA, explore LA, drive up to Santa Barbara, stop in Solvang, Santa Barbara, and then go to, I forgot that, what was it? Geez, I forgot. It's the old magnates of who did news. right? And they have a big mansion
Oh,
just
the
north.
hearse.
Hearst,
Hearse.
yes, yes, yes.
Yeah.
And that's what they said. If you know the story of the Hearst Castle, they had all the actresses and rich politicians, do the Diddy thing out there, right?
The
No,
Diddy thing.
seriously, like, that's how they had that for all those weird type of parties, right? The Hearst Castle, right?
Okay.
They would plan all the media stuff, right? Just like it's just a repeat, right? Hearst Castle, right? So
Yeah.
all they would invite Hollywood actresses, all of that stuff, and then politicians, all of that. And then if you go up, you go to like all the like Big Sur, then you go to like Carmel, like Santa Cruz, then you just go your way up, all the way to up to the Bay Area, then you just keep on going north. So that would be a
Nice.
good 2 week trip, honestly. I told someone to do this, right? She's my dentist. I told her to do that, and she was like, "Oh my gosh, Albert, it's just I can't even describe it. It's just, she's like,
Yeah.
I told her to start at Disney. Have you been? You haven't been? Have you been to Disneyland?
I've been to the one in Florida, not to
Okay,
the one in yeah.
it was the first time in Disneyland, and then through that whole coast, she's like, Albert, I just can't. There's just so much, right?
Yeah. I heard that's one of the most beautiful rides you could have in like the world, you know?
Which
Because
is
like you're along the
101,
mountains
the
and you're sitting.
PCH. Yeah. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. Yeah. And then when you get up north, it's like, remember I was telling you the moon of Endor, right? Like
Yeah.
Return of the Jedi, right? that's
Yeah.
that's where it all changed. So you have all these coastal communities, beautiful, right? Then you have, the wine country, and then the moon of Endor, at the
Some
very
mood event.
last thing.
Yeah, it's cool. It's definitely very nice out here. I'll tell you that much. You know, California is definitely a very beautiful state. I could see why people pay a lot of money to stay out here, you know?
Yeah. And they also have another thing. Have you heard of the Winchester House?
No, I'm not.
Okay, it's a story about, the guy who invented the Winchester gun, right? And
Never heard of it.
that Winchester gun, right? He was a gun maker, right? It killed a lot of Indians back then. So the Indians cursed him. And so when he died, his wife went crazy. And someone says to avoid death, you have to build all these rooms, right? Never ending rooms. So literally, like, if you go into the house, there's all these room doors to different rooms that lead to nowhere. So it's like the house, she went insane and was just creating all these rooms,
What
right?
the hell?
So I don't know. I don't know if it's a cool
That's
place to
weird.
go, but it's kind of like weird, right? It's kind of
That's
like,
kind of
oh,
creepy. Yeah.
yeah, it is creepy, right?
Yeah.
But they have that out there too. So Hearst Castle and that's the tour going up.
Hey, that's awesome. Yeah, there's so much to explore out here. It's like 2 weeks definitely did not do it justice. You know, especially because I'm doing a lot of like work related stuff. Like I was like trying
So you
to
couldn't,
meet
yeah, go,
people.
yeah, even, yeah. And I'm going to tell you, just hiking through the coast, right? Like that's a 1 day thing, right? And having a
Yeah,
dinner, like you start in the morning and you do like say a 15-mile day hike, and then have dinner. Like that's 1 day already, right? And that's just one hiking trail, right? One area.
right,
So yeah,
right.
if you think of all the places you could hike, all the places you could camp, all the places you could, have all of those. Just yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing. There's definitely a lot out here. That's for sure.
So guys, I'm sorry to take up the call, but any questions for Rob?
Yeah, how's everybody doing?
Did everyone drop?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Well, I
Stacy,
can
it's good
tell
to
you
see you.
I mean, I found some, like, I mean, I hate to say it's interesting because it's actually kind of disconcerting also, but I was getting stopped out of some of my uh SPX positions, it was a trailing stop. And these weren't zero day, but they were, you know, a few days to expiration, right? And so what I started collecting was the from interactive brokers was the actual tick data on each of the bid ask for the spreads. And what I found is that every once in a while you get a either a bid or an ask, which is like $1 different from um you know, from where so it like spikes up for one or two ticks and then it comes back. And like it could if it was the ask changes, but the bid just stays there, you know? So and what this does is you know when the I mean you're monitoring the bid, right? Or besides the bid, and it jumps up $1. Well, you know, that's a and my stop loss is usually, you know, I'm just trying to get $1.50 or so out of it. So sometimes, so what can happen is you know, it jumps up there. And so now you know, your system thinks that uh, you were, you know, or well, yeah, let's say it went in the profitable direction. So now it thinks that you're profitable by like $1, and then it drops back down. And if it goes just a little bit lower, like down to $1.50, um, it thinks that, you know, so your trailing stock gets hit, even though the market really hasn't changed very much. So, I, from what I can see, this is you know, it's not, you know, it's really what the quotes are doing. And, you know, I mean, the other, so it causes you to get stopped out when you shouldn't get stopped out, basically. And I'm working on figuring out how to do some kind of a filter there. But
Okay. Well, I mean, that's definitely something that can be dealt with. That
yeah,
doesn't
but
sound like it's too complicated to fix.
it's definitely surprising though, you know, I mean, because I mean I mean, I guess what I'm trying to say also is that let's say you're using 1 minute data to do a back test. Well, your back test is gonna say, oh, everything's happy because this, you know, it's like a flash that happens and then everything goes back to normal. So, but when you're actually trading, it's monitoring the actual tick, you know, the ticks, right? If you put like a stop on, you know, either on at the exchange or on interactive brokers, and it's going to get hit, and you know, so so basically you have to know that this is going on and figure it out. And you're not going to see it in a regular back test with 1 minute data. It's like, so I guess the thing is it's a warning. That,
Yeah, there's always something that happens when you go from, you know, back testing to live trading. Even from back testing to paper trading, there's a lot, and then from paper trading to live trading, there's also different things that happen as well. Paper trading, I think, is more accurate in general, but there's still, you know, there's always differences that happen when we start actually trading things. So that makes a lot of sense to me.
yeah, but it was sort of I mean, I was sort of surprised to see it. And it's you know, it's kind of it's kind of disconcerting, really.
Yeah, why is that?
Well, I mean, it's not what I wouldn't have expected the such a huge jump, you know. That's all.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So the spread becomes very wide.
Yeah, exactly. Like one side stays you know, stays it moves along like it you would expect it to. It doesn't, you know, and these are ticks, right? So we're talking about like on tenth of a second during the regular day, right? And you know, because the bid ask changes. So um, um yeah, one side just goes nuts and then it comes back. And you know, so actually what I've been looking at is nearby options. And it turns out that you could it looks like it can do a filter kind of like over, so you have to monitor like the a, a few options above and a few options below, or a few strikes, and see how they change, and they if they all, if everybody's in concert, then yeah, there's some spike in the market, but if not, then you need to have some kind of a filter there that keeps you okay. So,
Almost
Yeah, it
sounds
makes
like you might,
sense.
maybe you could make an arbitrage bot when the spread goes that wide. I wonder.
yeah, well, I was thinking of that too, but I mean, they do last for a few ticks, and I mean, it's the few ticks. I mean, the latency is like 50 milliseconds to um to the exchange. So if it really is a quote, you can get if you can get $1 off of it, I mean, geez, that'd be great, right? Because these happen more, you know, more often than, I mean, it definitely happens a couple times a day. So,
But considering all the high frequency traders out there, it's probably too good to be true. I don't know if we'd be able to capture it in reality. Maybe
well,
we should look
but I don't see anybody, I mean, if if you saw, I don't see anybody capturing it, right? Because I have the trades too.
interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, so but so I mean, what might happen though is you see the price and you try to get it, and then they change the price on you. You see, so but yeah, I mean, I think that would be like excellent if you could do it. Yeah, and I guess that's the other thing is I was actually surprised that my feed coming into my house is it's uh has about a 50 millisecond latency. So yeah, I might give it a try.
Do you think that's a good thing or bad? Like 50-second latency is good or bad?
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. That's milliseconds, 50 milliseconds.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
I've
mean,
never
I know
actually
you
done the
can get,
math.
you can rent, I saw that you can rent like a space at a server, and I think they had, they have a little bit better latency. And also the other thing is that they have essentially 100% uptime, so like every once in a while you get a few seconds of outage. So that wouldn't be at my house, but so.
I think TWS API works faster than Gateway, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh,
Kind of a lot faster. Don't quote me on that, but that's what my research told me. And then, yeah, I was kind of wondering on the other side, what would be the ways to deal with that or avoid getting stopped out, or any ideas surrounding that?
on the other side, what do you mean by that?
I mean, not the arbitrage, but just the normal trades that you're in. How would you suggest like modifying your code in order to get not stopped
Oh,
out?
what I'm looking at is figuring out a filter by looking at nearby, basically I'm going to look at nearby strikes, right? And then and then also uh look at the most recent price. And if, I mean, if the price hasn't really changed much, then it's you know, um clearly not something that's,
Not real.
it's not real. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And so, and it also, I mean, I think that if, as long as I'm within a few seconds of uh when it needs to be, when the stop needs to actually be triggered, then it, I think the stop would work correctly. I just don't like getting stopped out when I shouldn't, right?
Yeah, I hear you. I don't use trailing stops hardly ever for that reason.
Oh, Uh-huh.
Just because it just happens. It just stops me out way too often.
I see. Yeah, I think this
I
is
don't.
what's going on.
Yeah, it
I think
could be.
I saw what's going on. Yeah.
Especially with something like options that has such like big bid ask spreads, right?
Well, in the SPX, they're usually like 20, 10 to 20 cents.
Oh, it's not too bad. And you're still
Yeah,
having
no,
issues.
yeah, the SPX is tight. It's really tight. It's probably the tightest market for the big contracts. And like SPY, they're a penny, but that's 10 times smaller, so it makes sense, right?
Right. Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
And you're
I would.
still having issues with this? That's
Pardon me?
interesting. And you're still
Okay.
having issues with this? Is it like close to the money?
No, these are like out of $20. So.
You might want to
Oh,
make
okay.
sure they're not phantom prints because sometimes there can be fake quotes that come up. I think it has something to do with the brokerage's rebalancing and dark pool type prints or something. But yeah, test it out. See if you can get avoid fills or get, well, I guess they're real since they're filling, and stopping you out. Okay. All
Yeah,
right.
exactly. Yeah, exactly. But I mean, it's yeah, yeah. The reason it's stopping you is because it's the system thinks that the price had gone to that level when in fact maybe the price really didn't, right? That's the that's the problem. So it
Another idea.
wasn't it was it was the bid. It was either the bid or the ask, not an actual trade.
You could calculate mid price instead and have less of a skew. Maybe that's one idea too.
Well, mid-price, yeah, but well, I mean, I could show you the data, but I mean, yeah, this is actually working off the mid-price. But the thing is that it, the change from one side to the other is pretty is it can be a dollar or $1.50, right? It's so in in some sense, in some sense, it's like maybe a 20% change, so it's not huge, but when you're talking about your position's at like $10 and it moves up to $1.50, right? Um, Moves up $1.50 and then it comes back down and you get stopped out because it thought you had just got to a higher price when in fact, like you said, it's a phantom quote. But I don't know how to know if these are phantom quotes or if they're wrong. I have the only data source I have right now is Interactive Brokers, which I'm actually assuming is just the feed from the CBOE. But so I assume everybody gets the same quotes. But I would like to. It would be nice to have an independent. Um,
It'd be interesting to know if the same thing happened on Tradier because I know that Interactive Brokers uses multiple exchanges and they can route like any way they want basically. But I think Tradier only uses that pay for order flow.
uh-huh.
Just one. So it'd be interesting to see if they were the same.
Yeah, my guess is Traeger is probably gonna be worse.
Maybe.
Yeah.
In Trader, you can only ping basically like twice a second. You can only check prices like twice a second. And then
Oh,
Gateway, you can check prices like 10 times a second or something. And then TWS, you can check prices almost like 30 or 60 times a second.
yeah. Well,
Wow.
what I have is I'm not checking prices. I'm having it's called a subscription, right? So I have a subscription to the particular contract, and it's anytime anything changes with the bid, ask, size,
It
whatever,
is.
it sends it to me. So I just sit there and wait. I don't ask. So it's updating like roughly a tenth of a second.
Yeah, that's definitely the most efficient way to do it. It's just
Yeah,
like
yeah.
do streaming and subscribe to that
Right.
channel, basically. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have that built into Lumibot. So like I think you're probably using that, right?
This one no, I'm just I wasn't I'm not using anything from Lumiwealth yet. No,
Okay.
no. This is just the straight thing from whatever the interactive brokers provides.
Okay. Yeah, because we have that built in. It's actually like really easy to use within our system.
Uh-huh.
Mhm. Cool. So do you guys want to talk about what you want to work on for today? It's been some time since we looked at this list, so let me pull it up. It's a little different when you don't have two monitors, so I gotta figure out how to make this smaller. There we go. Okay. So here's what we had on the list before. Can you guys see this? Can you guys see that? Is my screen share working?
Yeah, we see it.
Okay, cool, perfect. Awesome. All right, so this is kind of where we were at last time. Something I was thinking about this list too is we had a strategy that actually I was looking at this and it's been performing very, very well. I think it's on our, if you go to our homepage, I think there's one running on here. Is this still on here? Maybe not anymore. But there used to be one up on here. Let's see if it's still. But basically the Pelosi bot. Yeah. Look at this. Our Pelosi trading bot is one of the most successful algorithms we have ever built. I don't know if you guys have realized that. Alpha Pix is up there, which makes sense. Diversified leverage is up there, which makes sense. These iron condors surprised me a little bit as well. A lot of them blew up, but these two have been surviving and doing quite well. And then this Pelosi bot is one of our most successful algorithms of all time, even though I'm pretty sure I don't know if it's still working or not. But we don't have anything like this actually on BotSpot. This is something that I've been running on another server. I've been running this through, I want to say Replit maybe, or Render, one of those. But we don't actually have it on BotSpot. We could put this into our marketplace and you guys can actually use this if you want to. And not only use the Pelosi bot, but also copy other members of Congress. If you guys are interested, I think that'd be a pretty cool thing to add to the list. Because like I've been thinking about this, I'm like, we have all these algorithms, we've been doing this for a while. We have some stuff that's actually quite profitable. And I've been pitching this like basically the past 2 weeks, just telling everyone about what we do. And I totally forgot that we had this Pelosi bot that's been doing really well. But again, it's not on BotSpot. I think it'd be pretty easy to move over to BotSpot if you guys are interested in that. So I was thinking about adding that to the list as well. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah.
It's actually surprising how profitable it is. It actually makes me a little bit concerned about, there's probably some shady stuff going on here in the government. There's definitely some sort of insider trading or something happening. But Pelosi is one hell of a trader, and actually I even went to the park named after her name in around the Presidio. It's like the Pelosi Park. So I'm going to add that to the list as well. All right, but anything else that you guys have been thinking about over the past 2 weeks or curiosity that you have and any kind of strategies?
Well, just one comment is that um, it seems it seems to me that the last few things that we tried didn't really work that well. And it'd be fun to get one that actually works.
It's tough to find a good algorithm,
Yeah,
definitely.
yeah, I know.
Yeah,
But
I
I
mean
mean,
this is one that historically has done very well, the
uh-huh.
Pelosi bot. So like I actually have a lot of confidence that that'll work well.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Well, in that I mean, sort of I mean, I don't know if I guess it's sort of parallel to that, but I know people have done things where they use uh, the stocks that the big hedge fund, the hedge funds have to provide every couple months
Yeah.
a list of their biggest positions, right? And so, um, that's sort of, I think that's along the same vein as this, right? Um,
Yeah, 100%. Hedge fund copier. Another one that's kind of on that same vein is insider trading, right? There's a lot
yeah,
of websites that provide insider trading information, and we could scrape those and actually use that as data as well.
right, right.
So that's
But these,
another
I
one.
mean, the one caveat, of course, is that these are all trail quite, I mean, it's at least 30 days, right? I think,
Yeah, so the funny thing is the Pelosi trader, even with a 30-day delay,
yeah.
still beats the market by a substantial amount.
Okay, that's really interesting.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. So even though you're right, you get it much later, but like we've been running it live and still beating the market. Like
Hmm.
so yeah. Hedge fund copier is another good one. You could like copy their filings, which again is delayed, but still might be quite worth it. Insider trading is another one, also delayed, still might be worth it. Another one that I've been hearing about a lot lately, and again, this is me pitching in San Francisco and just hearing other people what they do, is factor trading. You guys ever heard of that before?
Yeah,
So essentially what factor trading is you're basically picking stocks based on a list of factors, right? So say, okay, what is the PE ratio? What's the price to sales ratio? How much debt do they have? How fast has their revenue been growing? And there's like, you could have thousands of different factors. What I was saying is mostly financial ratios, but you can have factors based on all sorts of other kind of stuff as well. Um, I've met with a lot of hedge funds that seem to be doing quite well, especially with smaller stocks for some reason. I met someone that trades out in Taiwan doing something like this with factor trading. Sounds like it's quite profitable for them. I've heard of also hedge funds doing this with small cap stocks. It's like penny stocks and things like that, doing factor trading, and they seem to be making a lot of money as well. So I think there could be something interesting there too. Yeah, it's pretty easy to do. Like factor trading, you can make like the list of factors very, very long and sophisticated, but at the very core, it's a pretty simple idea, right?
yeah. I
Cool.
mean, I think it's called. I mean, the first thing on it was FAMA in French, factor model,
Yes,
and
exactly.
yeah, and
Yeah.
I think I haven't read their paper, but yeah. So-
Yeah, I know them very well. I had to take several exams on FEMA and French back in the day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is like standard finance grad school stuff that they teach you. But that's basically the idea, right? FEMA and French is kind of like they're the ones who invented this concept, as far as I know. Right? So doing like a factor model, right? We could do it based on, you know, debt to equity ratios. We could do it based on price equity. You could do it based on like revenue growth rates, peg ratios. Like there's a lot of like interesting stuff they could do. And that's, it's been around for a while, but still seems to work. Maybe doesn't work so well for large cap stocks, from what I've heard. But for smaller cap stocks, for international stocks, it seems to be a pretty interesting way of doing it. So I think that'd be a cool thing to add to the list.
Mm.
Cool. Anything else that you guys are interested in trying out or looking into? We got a pretty nice list here. I've actually met a lot of people doing really interesting AI trading stuff. Like it really makes me want to work on something like this AI agentic capability stuff. And I think we could actually add it pretty quickly. It is more technical in nature, but just the amount of maybe it's just San Francisco, I don't know, but like the amount of people that I met in the Bay Area that are doing this kind of stuff, this agentic trading is fascinating. And especially when it comes to something like poly market or like newer types of markets, they seem to be doing very well. right? So it's non-deterministic trading, so you don't really know what the heck this thing's going to do. It's a lot harder to back test, not impossible, but harder, right? Um, I'd be interested to see what happens if we were to build out this AI agentic trading. Like I think there's a lot to be said for that. Because the people that I've been meeting, they seem to be making a lot of money doing this. So I think that's another interesting one to pursue. Again, this is going to be more technical if we were to go down this path, the agentic trading capabilities. But I think the potential is quite high for what we could do. You know, and I see a thumbs up from Stacy, and you know, I think anyone who works in tech kind of can understand how that could become quite a powerful thing. By the way, good to see you, Stacy.
Hey, you too, Rob?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm somewhere warm right now. That's not Florida.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah,
So
out
where
in
are you now?
California.
Where are
In
you?
California.
Oh, so you're still in California?
Yeah. This is
Okay,
unfortunately, I think my last day. I'm flying out tomorrow.
okay.
So bittersweet. I'm looking forward to going home. You know, it's gonna be nice to see the wife and kid and kind of get back into like the swing of things. Like I've spent way too much money in this state. I think this whole trip cost me like almost 10 grand in total. It's crazy how expensive this whole thing was
Yeah.
for 2 weeks. But definitely a really interesting place. I don't know. Have you ever come out here, Stacy, to the Bay Area?
Yes, I have. I've been to San Francisco, San Jose. I actually went to the Meta campus when it was Facebook.
Nice.
Yeah. And I saw eBay, Tesla, and I think maybe like one more when I
Nice.
was out there.
The Google
But
campus is really cool. You've never been there.
the Google, I think I may have went to the Google campus, but I went there. It was during COVID.
Mm,
Thing it was shut down. But my first time going there was for an AI conference, and that was before all of the Chat GPT thing blew up and stuff and all that. And that was like my first time out there. That was back in 2019.
nice. Honestly, like I think it's very worth it. Like with this AI boom happening out here, to go to a couple like AI related conferences, like I
Hmm.
I can't tell you like the amount of people I've met, the things I've learned. Like I met people like I was on stage pitching at AWS.
Hmm.
Surprisingly, it's actually surprisingly easy to get on the stage and pitch in front of a bunch of people. I think I pitched in front of like 100 or 200 people, which is kind of crazy, just like out of nowhere. Um, but the guy next to me that pitched right after me, he
Hmm.
created like this GitHub library that got like 8,000 GitHub stars pretty fast. It's called CMux. I don't know if you ever used it. It's actually great. It's this thing right here, CMux. It's basically like a way to manage your terminals, right? And you could just like click on the things on the left, tells you when they're done, all that kind of stuff.
Oh, nice.
This guy was taking emails from Sequoia Capital. Just like casually, like whatever, you know, like Sequoia Capital's reaching out to him. I met several times actually. I kept running into this guy that created Claude Mem. I don't know if you've heard of this library, Claude Mem. It has become incredibly popular. It's funny how now I'm hearing about this. This is his website, but let's see the GitHub. Um, 40,000 GitHub stars. This thing started like 6 months ago. 40,000. It's insane. And this guy, you know, I don't know, like every time I like TikTok, like nonstop, people are talking about it's a really good library, by the way. If you haven't used this with Claude Code, Claude Mem is amazing. It's a plugin that basically allows you to like have really good memory between sessions,
Oh,
right?
Okay.
So you know, if you're not using this, highly recommend using this. But anyways, the point is, you know, if you want to take the time to come out to SF to the Bay Area during this time around like this AI boom, it's like the amount of people I met, the things I've learned is just like it's changed my perspective on the whole tech world. You know what I mean? It's like it's just people are like there's so many interesting things going on. People are just building this really crazy cool stuff out here. You know, so
Yeah.
if you haven't been here for a while, I'd highly recommend a visit. You know, and I know you work in tech, right? So
Yes. So
get the
what about
government to pay for it. You know.
yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
What about you out there?
Honestly, I want to basically just like get to know what's happening in the AI space. Like I'm
Uh-huh.
actually thinking about moving out here, which is one of the things like what would it be like to live out here? So I want to stay for a little bit longer, and trying to raise some money for the business. So there's like multiple different things I was trying to do out here.
Uh-huh.
I would love to live out here. I think that'd be great. Just I think we need to make a hell of a lot more money to afford living out here.
Yeah.
It's very expensive. Like I just went out to lunch. I spent $60 on lunch. So ridiculous, like an
Yeah.
appetizer, like an entree, and a glass or two of wine, and that's like $60, $70. It's like, what the hell? It's crazy. But other than the cost is beautiful out here. Like the people are very, very smart. There's amazing conferences. The amount of like investors I met, very smart people. Like it's a really, really good trip overall. Now I just feel broke. Like now I feel like I need to find some way to make enough money for this.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Although I did pitch a few times for us to raise 5 million bucks. So let's see if that works out.
Okay, nice.
Yeah. It's amazing. It's funny how like, being out here, it kind of makes you more ambitious in a sense.
Yeah.
Like there's other people that are pitching as well the day before me, and there's one guy. He was pitching a company. He's like, yeah, my MVP is a little expensive. It's going to cost some amount of money. I'm like, well, how much? He's like, yeah, about $400 million. I'm like, what? So, like, what the hell are you talking about? So he's trying to raise 75 million now to get started, and he needs to
Uh-huh.
raise about 400 to 500 million to get the whole project off the ground. And
Okay.
his whole thing is like turning plants into gasoline. Right?
Okay.
Like you can apparently, if you use like a nuclear reactor, there's some sort of way that you can do it where you can
Mhm.
like turn like vegetation, like regular plants, into oil in 10 minutes as opposed to, 10 million years or however long it takes. Right?
Dang.
So he's raising like $400 million to build this. Like, holy shit. Like it's crazy. Just the ambition of some of these people, you know what I mean? Like it's just crazy, like I went to the NVIDIA conference, I met a guy. His company just got acquired for like $2 billion for like making data centers. I'm like, what that? Like it's just crazy. You know what I mean? Like the numbers these people throw around and like the things that they're doing is just like fascinating on so many different levels. So
Right.
yeah, I don't know if you haven't been out here since the AI boom, I'd highly recommend coming out here again because like things seems like they started fast forward in the Bay Area.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'll make sure I make a trip out there.
yeah, do it. Let me know if you come. I want to start like coming out here on a regular basis. This is my plan. I don't know if I'm going to move here or not, but definitely want to travel here more often.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, awesome. Okay, cool. So yeah, so we got a list of things to build that we could build today. We have our alpha picks option strategy, which I think we actually built. And let me see how this has been running. I think we actually created this. I think it's in our marketplace. Let me see here. Alpha picks. Alpha picks poor man's covered call. Um, for some reason, it's not showing that it's live trading. Oh, it did trade. Okay, it's down though. Okay, so I think that's actually done. The Alpha picks option strategy is done. Although, is the poor man's covered call the best way to trade it? I don't know. But this is it right here. And then today is March 24th, so it is still trading. It looks like it's still good to go. These AI agentic capabilities, I think, is fascinating. Like honestly, after being here in the Bay Area, I'm a lot more bullish on this idea. I think that this could potentially lead to some very, very interesting things. So if you guys want to work on that, I'm 100% down for this. I think this is very, very interesting. Um, there's a short earnings volatility strategy that Worth, I think you brought up a while ago. There's a Twitter trading bot, so we can copy people on Twitter. I think using the Grok API, we could do this very easily if you guys are interested. Prediction markets, I've also a lot of people out here are doing prediction market stuff. I think this is also very interesting for prediction markets. I think we do some pretty cool stuff there if you guys want to build that out. And honestly, after speaking to a few people, like I actually don't think this would be a lot of work. Like I originally thought, we built this for futures trading, and it took us, 2, 3 months to integrate with a futures trading broker. I think prediction markets will probably be a lot easier than that. My guess is we could probably build this in maybe 2 or 3 weeks, right? Probably not a 1 day thing, but maybe 2 or 3 weeks working on this. I think we can get prediction markets done. And I think it's very, very interesting. The amount of stuff that's been going on there, the things I've been hearing about people making money on prediction markets has been pretty wild. Not only here, but also on like X and TikTok, and like it really seems like there's a lot of money to be made in prediction markets. So if you guys are interested in that, we can build that out. Again, this one and the AI agentic stuff is probably not a 1 day thing, but I think has a much higher potential if we can get that done.
I
We can
think
build
that
out. Yep.
the AI prediction, I mean, the AI agentic stuff would blend well with the prediction markets because it would help us find the edges very quickly before other people.
Absolutely. Yeah. Actually, I met a few people that built projects like that. So we could even like use what they've built already and kind of go from there. They basically like modified OpenClaw to trade prediction markets, which I thought was pretty interesting. So yeah, I completely agree with you. These two combined, I think, could do some big damage. I think they can make a lot of money between prediction markets and AI agentic stuff. Fully agree with that. Yeah. We could work on an SPX strategy. I know a bunch of you guys have been working on that for some time, so we could do that. We could use TradingView to create futures trading strategies. We've already kind of done that. I guess I don't know if it makes sense to keep it on there or not, but we've done this a few times, and it has actually worked out very well, right? This TradingView seems to have some very good indicators. Poor man's covered call. We've done that a few times. We did that with Alpha Picks. We did that. I know Maurizio's been working on it. I don't know how far he's come with that. But he's probably making some money from Palantir at least. So I'm curious to see how he's been doing. But we can work on that poor man's covered call if you guys want to continue doing that. We can make a future scalping bot. I know we tried doing that too. Scalping, from what I've seen, was a little bit more difficult to make money from. That doesn't mean we can't make money doing it. But at least the things that we tried didn't seem to work immediately. So, there's that. We can make a futures momentum bot. I think that's probably a lot easier to make money, my guess, right? We can make a wheel strategy, which I'm actually working on for a client, and I'm pretty far along. I think we also tried that last time, and the wheel strategy, I don't know, for lack of a better word, seemed kind of boring. Didn't seem like it made that much money. It seems like a pretty stable way to make income, but just not really anything that's gonna blow the lights out. And as I mentioned, the Pelosi and Congress trading, this is a very easy one. We can knock this out very fast. We've already proven that it makes money. So Pelosi and Congress trading, I think we can get that done and out in like an hour or two. And we've already proven that it makes money. So I think that's a pretty good one to work on. We could literally just take existing code from before, modify it a little bit, and then I think we could pretty easily make money doing this one. So I'm actually pretty bullish on this one. Insider trading. It's kind of similar, actually. If I think if we made a Pelosi bot, insider trading, it's pretty similar. Same thing with the hedge fund copier. This is all kind of just different sources of what to trade, right? Whether you get it from Congress or insider trading or a hedge fund, they're all kind of the same thing. I think if you guys were to vote on any of these three, they kind of all coalesce into the same sort of thing. So we could probably have similar code for all of them, right? And then factor trading is another thing I do that I've seen. It's a simple one, but seems to work pretty well in terms of making cash. Anything else you guys want to add to the list? Okay, cool. All right, so I'm gonna put this poll up. I'll let you guys vote. Boom, there we go. So launched the poll. You guys can go ahead and vote on this, and then we'll get back in about 15 minutes or so, and we'll see whatever you guys voted on, and we'll get started with that. All right. Okay, perfect. Awesome. All right, see you guys in about 15 minutes. All right. Hey guys, how's it going? This is actually surprising. We got I don't think we've had this much consensus over anything for a while. Pretty much everyone voted on the exact same thing, which is very interesting. And actually something I've wanted to work on for quite some time. So I'm actually a really big fan of this, especially after talking to a lot of people in SF. I'm starting to think this is really the way to go. So as you can see here, guys, we had the most amount of votes for the AI agentic capabilities, which I 100% agree with. I think this is a very good thing to do. I'm surprised you guys didn't vote for anything else. This is like like I said, the most concentrated voting I've seen for a long time. So let's do it. I'm actually very excited to build this. Cool. I've actually been giving it a lot of thought. I actually spoke to a few different people about how to add this into Lumiwealth, and I think this would be an incredible feature to add. So let me get started with this. So the way that I would approach this, okay, and like I said, I've given this a lot of thought, is what I think we should do is inside of Lumibot, we should give it the capability to basically run an agentic loop, right? So, um, there's a lot of research around like OpenClaw and like why OpenClaw is so valuable. Why are people so obsessed with this thing? And part of it is simply being able to chat through like Discord and things like that. But another big part of it is the ability to basically call things on a recurring basis, right? Check in every 5 minutes, check in every 1 minute, check in every hour or whatever. And that's basically how Lumibot works, right? That's like the foundational stuff behind Lumibot. So I think it's actually very compatible. And I think in some ways it almost creates um, it almost makes Lumibot into something like a codex for trading, which I think is very, very interesting, right? Um, let me get this thing to start researching a little bit, and then maybe we could have a little bit of a conversation. But let me first get the LM the get codex and start researching this a little bit. But then we can have a discussion around this because I think there's a lot of really interesting stuff to talk about here, right? So what I'd like you to do is I'd like you to research a few different things. I'd like you to research Lumibot, understand how Lumibot works, right? There's a lot of documentation on it, like how it works, and there's a whole loop that happens on a regular basis. We have life cycle methods that repeat on a regular basis. Then we have the ability to place trades, check orders, check positions, withdrawal deposits, all that kind of stuff is all possible inside of Lumibot. There's back testing and live trading that's possible. You can paper trade and live trade. We connect to a bunch of different brokers. Please really understand how Lumibot works. Um, it's Lumibot is inside Lumibot is inside the development folder. And then I need you to understand how to create strategies. So you can understand Lumibot from the perspective of like how does it work internally, but then to understand how to create a strategy as a user is also very important, which if you could take a look at the BotSpot agent project. There's a bunch of system prompts in there on how to generate strategies and refine strategies. There's shared strategies or shared prompts that are used between refining and generating strategies. But there's a lot of interesting things to learn there. And then there's also um, the strategy library and specifically the demos folder and the most recent demos in the demos folder in the strategy library. They're very interesting archetypes of how to build a strategy. Now, what we're trying to do is we're trying to build something where we give it capabilities kind of like an OpenClaw or like a Moltbot or ClaudeBot. There's several different names for these. I think OpenClaw is the most recent one. We basically want to make Lumibot have those types of capabilities where this thing can run on a regular basis and can make decisions on its own of when to place a trade, when to check orders. it would almost have like a list of tools that I can use, and it could run on a timer, right? And I think this is a very interesting thing to do. There's a lot of projects out there that have already done a lot of the work for us, so we want to be very careful not to redo, not to reinvent the wheel. Although it does need to fit within the Lumibot framework. But there's a lot of projects out there. There's a lot of research required around this, a lot of searching and checking of what else is out there, right? There's a lot of things out there. What I've been thinking maybe could be a good way of doing this is to use the Google Agent Development Kit, the Google ADK, which we are already using in BotSpot Node or BotSpot Agent. We're already using the Google ADK. We've already kind of set that up. And it's interesting that you can give it a bunch of tools and things like that. So we already have some experience with this. But to add this to Lumibot would be very, very interesting because now on each iteration, it can come up with a decision. It could take in, ingest all this data of anything that could get pricing data, get historical prices, get last price, or whatever stuff we give it access to, I guess. I don't know if there's access controls required here. Maybe there's some sort of permissioning based system required here as well. But I think that'd be very interesting to add that to Lumibot. If you could research this, and what are other projects that have done this before? There's a bunch of other projects that have created similar things like agentic trading. If you could research those, how those work, I think using the agent development kit is pretty interesting because it allows us to give it tools and things like that. But maybe even using like an OpenClaw directly could be pretty interesting. Maybe that specific like although I don't know if there's going to be some sort of security issues with that. That's the only problem is getting it to specifically use OpenClaw could be problematic. But please research that. There's a lot of stuff to research here. Please go through all of this, understand how Lumibot works, understand how to structure all this stuff, understand the agent development kit and other ways that we could do this sort of thing. And then let me know, what do you think is the right way to add this feature to Lumibot, and how would you go about doing this? And what questions do you have for me as well? Flow. There we go. Okay, cool. So we're going to get Codex to research this. But what do you guys think in general? What are your thoughts on this?
Well, I think it would be absolutely fantastic to a it to add like an AI agent capability to the system because it's so rich. You know,
Yep.
I've been testing AI agents in other places in my work, and I found them to be so ridiculously efficient.
Mm-hmm.
So
I agree.
for for this for trading, uh, we can build something that will scan them. I mean, we don't even have to define strategies. We can tell it, okay, look, we want to trade X. Go find the best strategies and tell me what the best strategies are, what the best time frames are, what the best uh, configuration for indicators. I mean, all the stuff, right? I just look. I want to have 80% winning trade. Tell me how we're going to do that. And the thing will come back. It'll spit all that out. It'll say,
Yeah.
okay, so for this instrument, the ADX has got to be blah blah. We got to look for a certain level of volume. We got to no, and the VIX has to be doing this, and dollar's got to be doing this, and then we'll fire the trade. So then it'll fire the trade, but you can put like filters, right? So if a scanner says, okay, I've got a great trade, you can have a filter before it executes, right? So it's got to do multi time frames. It's got to do is the trend direction right? It's got to do X, Y, Z. And if it passes all that, good, fire. Then you can have it manage the trade. Well,
Yep.
the trade, you're in position, and it'll watch for your break even. It'll move your stops. It'll the whole thing, right? It'll calculate the the take profits and all that, and then it'll build a database of your trades, right? So
Mhm.
it'll know what to optimize. So it's ridiculously powerful, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I completely agree. I definitely agree with that. Yeah. Um, what j so just to be clear, kind of what this is, right? Um, there's two different kind of AI agents, or at least the way I look at it, there's two different ways that you
Hmm.
use AI agents for trading,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
You could use an AI agent to help you find a trading strategy. And then once you
Hmm.
find that trading strategy, that strategy is locked in, right?
Yeah,
So I found something, this seems to work, and then this is what we're trading, and this is like a defined path, right?
yeah.
This is a deterministic model. So we've used an AI agent to find a deterministic model, and then we trade based on that model, right?
Hmm.
The other way that you could do it too, you could even have the AI agent come up with this as well. But then there's the AI agent that's actually making the trading decisions,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
And
yeah,
that's what this is about, right? So it's like,
y-
so it's not like try to find me something that makes X amount of profit, blah, blah, blah. It's more like your goal as an agent is to make X amount of profit. Figure out how
yeah,
to do that and just,
yeah,
you know,
yeah, yeah.
yeah,
You can absolutely do that. You can
yeah,
absolutely do that. And it'll learn. Like it'll maybe I'm saying the thing, scanning the market, maybe that not that what it actually does, but it'll find the trades, execute the trades, record what happened, optimize itself. Like it'll
yep,
optimize itself, you know?
yep, exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
So
Yeah,
that's the ridiculously powerful part of it, right?
I fully
Because
agree with that.
if it can optimize itself, that's like having that's like really having a human being sitting there, learning how to trade and getting better at it, like like we pay junior analysts or something like that, you know?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. And you build out something like this, and now you have this ability to do like a lot more stuff too. Like now you can feed it news data, you can feed it financial
Oh yeah.
information, you can like give it all these different capabilities,
Yeah.
right? It's like I mentioned to everyone else, I don't know if you're aware, but I'm in Silicon Valley right now. I've been pitching
Mm-hmm.
our business for the past little bit.
Mm-hmm.
We're trying to raise $5 million, as you know, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And I pitched to a bunch of different VCs. I met a lot of really interesting people, and it seems to be that almost everyone in this space is doing this now, or at least all the smart people, right?
Yeah.
All the really
Yeah.
smart people in the finance space are all building AI agents to trade,
Yeah.
and they
Yeah.
seem to be getting
Exactly.
very good results.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Exactly.
yeah. So I think this is very interesting. And I actually had a conversation with someone recently, Jack, which a bunch of you guys know. He used to actually teach this class. Like when I went on vacation to Poland, he actually taught these sessions in lieu of me being here.
Oh.
And I never met him in person. It's the first time I met him in person in the
Huh.
Bay Area. And we got to talking about exactly this topic. And he's like, yeah, I'm really fascinated. I really want to figure out how do we make AI agents that can trade for you? Because like everyone seems
Yeah.
to be doing it. There seems to be a lot of value in it. But one really important caveat here is that 90+%, maybe even 100% of all these AI agents that are being used for trading, none of
Mm-hmm.
them have back testing. So you're kind of just winging it, right?
Yeah.
You're,
Yeah.
you're telling this
Yeah.
AI agent, trade this way, do whatever,
Mm-hmm.
and it goes off and does that, and that's cool. But the problem is that it will take you weeks or months to figure out whether this thing did a good job or not.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas if you have the ability to back test it, you can actually start tweaking it, right? You could change the prompt. You could say, be more risk averse or pay
Mm-hmm.
more attention to the news, or you can dictate how this AI agent is going to work. The thing is that these agents, they're not infinitely powerful, right? They're not like this
Yes.
superhuman thing that will just like figure out how to make things work. You have to give them direction, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have to tell them how do you trade this and what do you pay attention to and what matters more and whatever. And your system
Mm-hmm.
prompt is going to make a very big difference. It could be the difference between making a negative return versus a wildly positive return, right?
Yeah.
So I think back testing is very important to have working here. And that's
Mm-hmm.
something that is unique about Lumibot. And if we add that capability, you can back test an AI agent I actually don't think any library on Earth does that yet, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, I think that's a huge advantage.
Yeah. Actually, let me tell something here. I think it might be worth also researching a little bit if there's any other trading libraries on Earth, none that I'm aware of, right? But maybe something like this exists that actually does back testing with an AI agent as the main thing, making decisions of like trading decisions. I think it'd be worthwhile to research what else is out there that can do this. Because then adding this into what we do makes a lot of sense. And then when it comes to back testing, I think it's also important to add efficiency to this. Because, for example, if the system prompt didn't change and it's the same data going through, then we can make back testing orders of magnitude faster by caching the response. So if the inputs are all the same and the model is the same, then the output should be assumed to be the same, even though there will be in reality a little bit of divergence. Just in terms of speed and efficiency, I think caching it is going to make a very big difference here. So I think that's worth researching and understanding as well, and how that's going to work from a backtesting perspective.
Hey,
Yeah.
Robert, I got a question to ask. I think
Yep.
the last time I was on, I think you were using Claude Code. Is that right? You never used it.
I use Cloud Code and Codex both.
And Codex both. Okay.
Yeah, for different things. I find Codex is better for making changes to Lumibot. So that's why I stick to it. I find
Okay.
Claude Code, whenever I get it to make changes to Lumibot, it just makes a mess of things.
It
It
does.
doesn't do its research properly. It's not thorough enough.
Hmm.
And it ends up rebuilding things that shouldn't be there. It's not understanding like the architecture well, and it's like trying to make a new type of architecture. It does like really weird things that it shouldn't do. Whereas Codex, I find maybe it's because I crank it up to extra high thinking. That you C minus set to X high thinking.
Uh-huh.
Maybe that's the reason why. But I find that it does a much better job following our architecture, researching things properly, and doing all that kind of stuff before it actually makes any changes. So that's why I use Codex for Lumibot stuff, and I use Claude Code for almost everything else.
Okay.
Yeah. What do you use? Do you use Claude Code more or Codex?
To be honest with you, I hadn't used either one of
Really?
them. Yeah.
That's shocking.
Oh, yeah. Or for the work, what I'm doing, actually use Google, not Google, but Copilot.
Okay.
Get
Oh,
the Copilot because we have to actually work on the actual code base, and so I use Copilot, but I have not even tried Codex or Cloud Code yet.
Claude Code is miles better than Copilot.
It
People
is.
make fun of Copilot in the Bay Area. It's like it's so much like Claude Code is like it's really hard to match it. In my opinion, it's the smartest AI on earth. Is Claude.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. And even like OpenClaw and all those things are all they're all based off of Claude Code. Like this is like
Yeah.
it's become like even like any AIs are like really smart they think of. The base layer is Claude Code.
Okay.
Yeah. I think you'll really like it. I don't know if you're allowed to use it. I mean, I thought that the US government had a contract with Claude Code, right? Or they used to. I don't know if that's changed, all the stuff in the news lately. But yeah, I think you'll see a very nice performance benefit by using Claude Code. That's what I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I noticed with the difference in Copilot from when I first started using it, it actually goes into the code base and makes the changes and runs all the tests and it fixes itself. So I'm assuming Cloud Code does the same thing.
Yeah,
And
that's
actually
that's
mission.
like table stakes at this point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It absolutely can do that. Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and it does that very well and very fast and can and control your browser and control your actual computer. I have this thing reaching out to people on LinkedIn to get sales. You know what I mean? Like it actually goes to LinkedIn, clicks on things, sends people messages. You know what I mean? I gave it like its own email address, so it like has its own email address that like sends and receives emails from. It's really advanced. Like Claude Code is. I don't know anything that's better than it. You know, and I've tried a lot of AIs.
Okay, I'll check it out. But I know in the news lately, I've been hearing a lot of the software stocks are going down because someone can actually create or reproduce whatever software platform is out there
Yeah.
using AI.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're mostly talking about Cloud Code.
Clarko, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, like literally when Claude released Cowork, that's when Salesforce stock and a few of the other ones dropped down. And then
Hmm.
Claude released, it was basically Claude releasing new features that made the stock market drop. Like you could actually look at like the same day they released the feature, the stock
Yeah,
market dropped. And it's like, because
yeah.
Claude is that good, you know, it's like very impressive what they could do.
I spend
Uh,
$100 a month on it, Stacy, and it's probably I get the most value out of that
oh,
100
for
bucks.
real?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, get the max subscription. Don't pay for API tokens. I fully agree with that. The API tokens are much more expensive than just getting the Claude Max.
Okay.
Yeah. I did the math once and Claude Max I pay $200 a month for. You don't have to get that, 200. There's $20, there's $100 and there's $200. I pay the $200 one because, we need it for business.
Hmm.
But when I did the math, the $200 a month one was the equivalent of $2,000 worth of tokens. So
Oh,
just
dang.
FYI, yeah, it's a lot cheaper. Yeah. If you're paying the API directly to Claude, you're gonna blow through cash very, very fast. But if you get the Claude Max subscription and you get Claude Code, it's a much cheaper way of using it.
Okay.
So this thing's doing some good research. I'm like looking at all the different things it's researching here, and Codex is actually doing a pretty good job here. This is a pretty well researched thing so far as I could tell. It's looking at agent development kit. It's looking at the AI hedge fund crypto, which we actually looked at this one before. Just let it do its thing, researching everything. What do you guys think? Have any of you guys like tried to build something like this or seen any projects like this? Or what are your thoughts around doing this like agentic trading? Yeah. Well, it is a pretty new thing, so it's not surprising that a lot of you guys haven't looked into it yet. It looks like this thing just about finished its research. So let's see what we're gonna get here. This is also why I like Codex, because Codex just like really takes more time to research things and whatever, right? Cloud Code is great for like building out stuff fast, whatever. But like if I need something like I'm gonna be doing my taxes soon, and I could use Cloud Code or I could use Codex. I think I'm gonna use Codex to do my taxes as opposed to Cloud Code, because Cloud Code it moves fast. It does a lot of stuff really, really well, but I just don't trust it with the accuracy the same way as I trust Codex, you know? Like if I were to make a bet, Codex versus Cloud Code, which one's going to get me like audited? I'd say that Cloud Code is more likely to get me audited. You know, like,
Right.
yeah.
So how would you use it to do your taxes?
How would I use it to do my taxes?
Yeah.
So what I'm planning on doing, and I haven't started yet, but when I get back home, this is going to be like a top priority because, obviously they're due soon. What I'm going to do is I use QuickBooks to connect to all of my banks, right? So QuickBooks is pulling in all that data and everything is stored in there. I'm going to give Codex the ability to use the API and the ability to use the browser and basically go through everything and say, okay, I need to categorize things based on this, like whatever, like basically plan out what we need to do for all my taxes. And then it
Hmm.
can now use the API to categorize things, to change things from one to the other, do like reviews, whatever, make sure that we're following laws appropriately, right? And then from everything that I did inside of QuickBooks, I think QuickBooks has a way to file, so maybe we could use the API to do the filing as well for QuickBooks, or I could even just get Cloud like Codex to fill in the forms by itself, right?
Okay.
Like it could edit PDF files, right? So why not? right? So we'll see. I haven't gone too far down the path yet, but I know I'm going to have it work with QuickBooks because QuickBooks can pull the data, right?
Hmm.
And can actually categorize things and has all the like main features that you need to do taxes. And then Codex is basically going to be running that whole thing for me.
Okay. So what I did, I actually used just regular old school chat GPT, the user interface, and then I downloaded all of my documents, and then I uploaded it. And I told it what I wanted to do, and as I was going back and forth with it. But it seems that with Codex and Cloud Code, I don't really have to interact and go back and forth with it. It just goes back and forth on its own, and then asks me, "Do I want to do this?"
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. It's just
Exactly.
more agentic. I see.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. So instead of you copying stuff to ChatGPT or whatever, it does the analysis for you, and then you have to manually go back and forth. Instead, it could do all that for you. It can go to the API, make changes, do all this stuff, whatever, and then just basically give you a final package and say, do you want to submit? Yes, done. You know, it could even go to like if you wanted it to, you can make it go to the government website and then fill in all the actual documents, make those like put the files in and actually submit through the actual government website if you wanted it to, because it can control your browser just the same way that you can, right?
Okay.
So Rob, you're saying you could control the QuickBooks. You
Hmm.
just give him instructions and it'll click the buttons, categorize, move things around for you in QuickBooks. So it's
Correct.
like a robotic process automation in a
Correct.
sense.
Correct.
That's
Yes.
Codex, right?
Correct.
Wow. Uh,
Yeah.
that's cr
Yeah. Cloud Code and Codex can both do that. I mean, like, I personally think it's probably smarter than most tax lawyers you can hire or tax accountants you can hire. You know, it's like it's gonna put in more time, more effort. It's gonna be faster. It's gonna know the laws better. You know,
Yeah.
so it's
Wow.
basically like having an accountant. You know,
Yeah. So it's literally just going into your software and just doing everything.
correct. Yeah,
Oh, wow. I
Yeah, because
haven't.
I did my taxes already. I haven't like turned it in yet because I'm getting done on my research so I can hand to my CPA. But I've completed everything using Chat GPT. Next, I'm going to use Claude Code. Was it Codex? Yeah, your Claude Code and Codex, and I'm going to see if I get different results.
Hmm.
And then I'm going to turn everything in to my CPA to see if he can do better the same works than the AI. And then if I see if I'm paying like more money or whatever and be I'm not getting enough, then I'm gonna suggest, try this. Else I might
absolutely,
just hand everything over to him and say, look, this is what Clark Cole came up with.
absolutely, absolutely. I definitely agree with that.
Yeah.
I think you'll probably find more stuff that your accountant probably couldn't find. I also think, I mean, this is my opinion, but like probably next year's tax season, like, why do you need an accountant at all?
Yep.
Right? Like, even this year, right? Like, I mean, I spoke to an accountant. I'm a little bit behind on my taxes, so I have to do a couple of years. And they were saying to me it was going to be $700 per year for my business taxes. This is at H&R Block, which is pretty cheap, right?
Mhm.
$700 per year for my business taxes, and then $200 per year per person. So for me and my wife, so this is $1,100 per year, and then I have to do my Canadian taxes as well. So we're talking about something like if I were to hire an accountant, I'd be paying $1,200 per year. Okay, or I could just get Codex to do it, and I pay it $200 a month. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
it's it's a whole different ballpark, right? Like I had a conversation with I've been taking a lot of these robo taxis all around the Bay Area. Robo
Yeah.
taxi is amazing. You get an Uber is going to charge you $100 for a ride. Robo taxi will charge you 40. It's like a third of the price. It's crazy. And really interesting conversations for the people that are driving these things because they like work at Tesla. They tend to be like more AI focused type people. So I actually spoke to a guy yesterday or before yesterday, And he originally had a degree in accounting. And then after getting a job at Tesla, he decided to drop the accounting field completely and go become a nurse practitioner. And I'm like, that kind of makes sense, actually. That's actually a pretty smart decision because I don't really understand why we need that many accountants over the next few years. It's a very deterministic thing, right? There's not a lot of creativity in this, right? And humans are actually not very good at it because you can't stay up to date with all the latest laws. So
True.
AIs are actually a lot better at this than humans. I just don't understand why someone would want to study accounting in this day and age. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Um, I thought that was very interesting. That was a very interesting conversation I had with this guy. About
Rob, what if, categorization? How how does it come across if it doesn't understand how to categorize something?
it asks you, or it does the
Oh,
research.
it'll ask you during the oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. So that's exactly what I'm planning to do is I'm like, because it's not going to know. It's not going to know, okay, I was
Yeah,
in Mexico and I went to this restaurant. It's going to be like, well, what the hell is that?
yeah,
First of all, try to research it on your own and it can actually search the internet for me and like tell me because sometimes I don't even know, right?
yeah.
Especially like 2 years ago. Um, but yeah, I could just ask you, say, okay, here's transactions I don't understand. What do you think these are? And I'll say, okay, research this, search this. This looks familiar, right? I could just like answer it, right? And especially with Whisper Flow. I can just talk to it, right? I turn this thing on, I just talk out loud and say, I remember this transaction, I don't remember this one. Can you search it? This one I remember, this one I don't remember, da, da, da. And then it'll go off and search, do its thing, and then come back to me and say, okay, I categorize these in a certain way. And what about these other ones, right? And basically, I would just imagine doing like this iterative process like that with it.
Oh, very cool. Yeah,
Yeah. Because that's what I was doing when I hired a bookkeeper. I was basically doing that with him.
yeah,
And I couldn't help but think, like, I'm paying this guy, mind you, it wasn't even that much money. I was paying him like 15 or 20 bucks an hour, which is nothing really. But but I was like, really most of the work is just me. Like I'm the one going researching all this stuff and I'm
yeah.
checking, why can't I just get my AI to do this? Because it could log into my bank accounts, it could log into Chase, it could log into whatever, right? I'll log in for it. I don't have to give my password. I can log into Chase Bank and I can say, hey, look, here's my bank account. Go and access this thing, pull the PDF files that you need, download whatever the hell you need, download to your computer, get all this stuff sorted, whatever, and then figure this out on your own. I mean,
Yeah,
right? Whereas I don't want to do that with account. I'm not going to let you log into my bank account. I mean, like
yeah,
that's kind of crazy, you know? So I think it's gonna be better, faster, cheaper. I find it very hard to believe that accountants are gonna be um the same level of like respect or the same level of like income over the next couple of years. Like accountants, I think are probably the first thing that are gonna be automated. One of the first things. Because, like you could say software engineering is getting automated, but not really, right? Because there's this very high elastic demand. It's very elastic demand for software engineering because the cheaper it gets, the more we can do with it. And it's like software engineering is actually starting to go on the upswing. But accounting, like, there's no creativity that goes into this. It's like it just is. It's just math, right? So like, why do you need people doing this?
yeah.
A computer can do a much better job than a human. Either way, so it finished all the research here. Okay, this looks like very good research. Took a long time to do this. It's great. Okay, so Lumibot is already the right host for this. The executor already owns a repeated trading loop and a separate backtest loop. Perfect. The strategy surface already exposes orders, positions, cash adjustments, and market data in da da da. Lumibot stock also make open trade on trading iteration the required repeated lifecycle hook. BotSpot already uses Google ADK plus MCP, okay, and pins ADK in, okay. So I'd keep Bluebot's execution engine and use ADK as a constrained decision layer. Yeah, okay. Do not embed OpenClaw directly into Lumibot. OpenClaw's trust model is built around a much broader agent service. Shell files arbitrary, okay. Add a first-class Lumibot agent runtime or agent strategy layer instead. That makes sense. With only Lumiwealth native tools, prices, quotes, perfect. Run the agent from on trading iteration on both live and backtest. Do not center design around register cron callback because it is alive only. Treat the, okay. The backtest caveat is the key design constraint. If the agent can see anything that was not available point in time or hit the live trading journey, it becomes, okay, V1 backtest should only allow deterministic point in time tools backed by the backtest data source. External research, news, and open source open web tools should be live only until we have a snapshot archive system. Okay. For speed, I would implement 2 caches, use ADK Gemini context caching. Okay, add Lumiwealth decision replay cache. Makes sense. Cache structure decisions. Okay. Okay, so this all sounds actually very good to me. So just to be clear, I'd really like to see what it looks like for the user, right? So what I would expect as a user of Lumibot is inside of on trading iteration, or really inside of any lifecycle method, I would have access to an agent, right? Maybe we initialize the agent inside the initialize method, maybe something like that, or maybe even higher level than that. That's where we initialize this agent. And then maybe we call this agent inside of the on trading iteration, or maybe even other parts of the code. It doesn't have to be an on trading iteration. I think it'd be in different parts of the code. And basically, um, it would be something like, run loop or run or just run, right? Let's call it run, right? And you give it a set of tools that it can use. Maybe there's like some sort of access control. So can this agent trade? Can this agent access historical data? Can this agent do whatever? There's maybe some sort of list of tools that it can use, right? And then when you hit run, it'll basically, call whatever tools it finds relevant, right? There's probably going to be some sort of system prompt required. And then you give it a list of tools and it'll say, okay, get historical data for whatever, things you're looking at, or get news data, which I think we're probably going to have to add that as an API. I think that would actually be quite valuable as an API to add news data. Maybe that's outside the scope of what we're doing here, but for an AI agent, news data or any kind of unstructured text data like that with a timestamp is extremely valuable, right? And I think Alpaca provides that. So if we're using Alpaca as a data source or whatever, we can get there's a bunch of different ways that we can get news data. Maybe that's outside of scope right now, but I think that would be an amazing tool for it to have. But even if we just give it historical data and things like that, then that's still quite valuable. I think for historical data and anything that is like a structured data frame, we probably need to give it a DuckDB uh, control, because LLMs are notoriously bad at interpreting large amounts of time series data. So DuckDB, I think, will actually help a lot with that. And I think that is a mandatory thing here. I think DuckDB is a hard requirement here, and it's already inside of Lumibot anyways. So I think that's pretty damn important, right? That's kind of what I'm thinking is like, how does this work from a user standpoint? And then how does this become extensible enough, for any kind of future stuff? We're starting to see, and maybe you should read up on like where things are heading in terms of agentic workflows, right? OpenClaw is kind of state of the art right now, but there's so many projects that have been forked off of OpenClaw that add new capabilities and things like agent swarms, for example, is kind of like an interesting thing. If we build this, maybe we want to make it compatible with being able to create swarms of agents. Maybe that's a valuable thing to do here. I'm just thinking, how do we build this in a way that is future proof, right? And that's maybe one thing that we should think about. But I think in general, yeah, maybe if we initialize this inside the initialize method, we initialize an agent, we give it access to whatever tools. Here's all the tools they have access to, right? Maybe we even have a way of creating custom tools. I think that'd be pretty cool. So users can create their own custom tools, right? And give this agent even more capabilities. That'd be very powerful. because then you could give it access to the news and whatever else, right? And then basically, whenever you run the loop, instead of on training iteration, you could have this thing have like a run function, but then that also gives the user the ability to say, we're not going to run the agent every single iteration. Maybe we run it every fifth iteration, maybe every 10th iteration, or something like that to make it a little bit more efficient. Maybe a user might want to run it on a trade event, right? Maybe every single time a trade happens, that's when you want one specific agent to run or one specific system prompt to run to say, okay, this trade executed. Now what do we do next? Maybe that is interesting because we'll have different system prompts for different scenarios or different things that are happening, right? So that's kind of what I'm thinking is how is this user going to be using this? This keeps happening. Okay, let's see what else it says here. For speed, I would implement two caches. So the other thing is, should we use the agent development kit? Should we use ADK or is there something else that we should use? Um, I personally really like ADK and I think it's great because it narrows what's possible, right? So like an open claw is very open-ended and for financial applications, it's actually kind of dangerous. So I'm kind of in favor of the agent development kit. I think Google did a really good job building out this software development kit. But maybe there's something else that we could use as well. I think it's worth researching now before we lock that in. Um, there's LangGraph and LangChain that we've used before that I just think suck. Those are terrible in my opinion. But the agent development kit works really, really well for our BotSpot agent project. I personally really like it, but that doesn't mean that there's anything better, right? Maybe there is something better. Okay, and then add a Lumiwealth decision replay cache. And then, yeah, we need to talk about how this cache is going to work as well, because I think the cache should basically be, I mean, it's basically based on time series data, right? So it's like if the same scenario has ran before at the specific time, either live trading or really more back testing is what matters more for caching. This is not really about live trading, it's more about back testing. We want to cache, okay, if all the inputs are the same and it's the same time of day, then activate the cache, right? Or maybe even create a hash of the code or something like that to say if it's the same code and the same time, then the cache is valid. But maybe it's more about the inputs, right? Do we have the same inputs coming in? Is it reading the same stock data? Does it have the same system prompt? Right? Like if it's the same system prompt and the same tools and the same time of day, then maybe the cache gets activated. And instead of it calling off the Gemini API, maybe instead it gets cached. Um, we'll also have to think about how that works inside of Bot Manager. If you look at the Bot Manager project, we run this in servers. But the thing is that the server gets destroyed after every single backtest that happens. So we probably have to store this inside of S3 or something like that, maybe. Um, but that's kind of my thought process there for BotSpot instead of the Bot Manager. And let's see what else it says here. Add a Loonbot decision replay cache. Record replay, strict replay modes, extending existing Loonbot cache patterns of inventing a separate ecosystem. Yeah. And yeah, you're right. There's already a lot of caching mechanisms made. So we 100% should take a look at what we're already using and follow that. Yeah, and I think it's worth researching more projects. I like how you got trading agents, FinRobot, and AI hedge fund crypto. I think there's a lot more very popular Getter projects that we should research. We should really, really research what's out there right now so that we don't reinvent the wheel, try to reuse some of their code and try to solve the mistakes that they have, especially anything that has a lot of GitHub stars. We kind of want to copy what they're doing as opposed to rebuild it, right? So I think it's really worth it to research the hell out of this. What are other projects doing? Okay, and let's see. Say North Star metrics, agent-driven strategies that rerun with identical decisions, a deterministic backtest, and preserve trade behavior. That's exactly right. I think your North Star is exactly right. I fully agree with that. And then I think you need to ask me more questions. As far as I can tell, there's only 4 questions that you're asking me here. But I'm going to answer these questions for you right now, and then let me know what other questions you have for me as well. Okay, so to answer the first or the first question I could see here, you're asking, should V1 backtest ban all external news web tools? Or do you want snapshotting from day one? Um, Snapshotting is very valuable. I think it'd be worthwhile to do something like that. But we really need to talk about how that would work exactly. So for news is one of the easiest things because you could actually get a news API and say, what was the news on March 15th, 2024 at 3 p.m.? What news was available? You could actually use a news API to do that. It's basically, well, for example, Alpaca has a news API that can do that already, right? And I actually have access to that, so that'd be a good thing to test with, right? Yeah, so I think there's a lot of value in that for news related stuff. In terms of other web tools and other external tools, I think that could be a lot more of a challenge. It really matters whether that data has a time series to it. And I almost think that's like a separate project, right? Because I've actually thought about this a lot and I've spoken to a lot of people about this of like introducing a lot more data into Lumibot. Like there's quite a few data providers out there, and you can actually research what these are. There's a bunch of data providers out there. Like the Federal Reserve is one of them, right? But there's like data marketplaces that are even better. But for example, like the Federal Reserve has economic data with a time series stamp on it. So you can actually add that as a tool of getting Federal Reserve data, right? And it can do that. And the same thing with news has time series information on it. And there's also other data marketplaces that have time series stamped data. So that's kind of what I'm thinking around this. And then in terms of other external tools, I don't think we should limit users. I don't think we should restrict them from doing this, but maybe there could be a warning or something. And maybe there's some sort of way of like maybe give users the ability to create custom tools even to add to this. I think that'd be pretty interesting too. So they can make their own custom tools if they wanted to, right? But I think news data is out of scope for now, but we should think about how that works. And you should understand the Alpaca API for news. Federal Reserve data is probably another big one that we want to do. Um, Again, out of scope, but something that we need to think about going forward because this will be very valuable for an agent to get Federal Reserve data and news data. So how's the economy doing? What's the, GDP per capita, all that kind of stuff, right? All that matters a lot for an AI agent. Like, are we in a world where our GDP to debt ratio is very high, or are we in a world where it's very low, or are we in a way that in a world where the GDP where the debt grew a lot. I mean, all that kind of stuff really matters a lot. So being able to allow the agent to access that kind of data is important, right? But then the question is, how do we actually get it to access that? I think maybe it's a set of tools or something. Maybe it's a different tool per data source, or maybe it's one tool that could access multiple data sources. I think it's worthwhile to think through. Maybe we don't build that right now. It seems like it's out of scope because that's a whole additional extra thing to do. But we definitely want to build it in such a way to think that through as well. And then in terms of saying, do we want one agent call per iteration or multi-agent debate inside of an iteration? That's actually kind of interesting. Multi-agent debate sounds really interesting. I'd love to learn more about that. But it definitely shouldn't just be one call per iteration. I think it should be customized for by the user. So the user can actually call it whenever they feel, whenever they see fit, right? And then furthermore, we really need to talk about how to document this really well. Documentation is very important for this. There's lots of documentation inside of Lumibot, both in terms of the Sphinx documentation and the docs files. This needs to be documented very well. And inside of the BotSpot agent, there's the generate script and the refine script. I think we have to have, maybe this is even like a component. Maybe that's the way that we do this, is that this is structured like a component, just like we have an options component and we have other types of components. Maybe that's how this is structured. I don't know if that makes sense or not, but we already have mechanisms for that. So maybe that's useful actually. And then you're saying, should deposit cash and withdrawal cash ever be exposed to the agent outside of simulated environments? I think that's up to the user, right? I think it should be like permission based. You should say this agent has access to this and this and this tool. And if someone wants to give it access to deposit and withdrawals, that is risky as hell. Good luck to you if you want to do that. But I don't think we should hard restrict that, right? Maybe there's a warning that happens when someone does that, right? But I don't see a reason why to hard stop that from happening. But this should be it should definitely be permission based, right? You create an agent, you give it a system prompt. Maybe you don't even give it. Maybe the system prompt happens whenever you hit run, whenever you do the run command. The way that I see it is I create an agent inside of initialize or something like that. Give it a list of like give it access to specific tools or something like that. Maybe it gets a context in memory or something like that when it gets initialized. Memory, I think, is going to be very important here for it to remember from one cycle to the next. That's going to be very important. It should not be completely ignorant from one cycle to the next. It definitely needs to have a memory from one cycle to the next. And we need to maybe research what's the best way to do memory here from one cycle to the next. I don't know if the agent development kit already has that or not, but memory is going to be quite important here because it can't be running something now and then 5 minutes it runs again, but it has no idea what it did 5 minutes ago. It needs to have that memory. So that's actually a very important thing here. Right, so we need to figure that out. So anyway, so it gets initialized in the initialize method, and then the user can call it whenever they want, whether that's calling it inside of an iteration. Maybe they want to call it several times inside of an iteration. Maybe they want to call it when a trade happened in other lifecycle methods. I don't know. But I think that should be at the discretion of the user, and they should be able to set whatever system prompt they want to run at that point in time. That's the way that I think about this. And the first release is not just for internal power users. This is something that we want to have available to everyone day one. This is very important. I think a lot of people are asking for this, and I think this is going to be a big hit with a lot of people. So this should be available day one and advertised like crazy inside of our documentation all over the place. Because I think a lot of people are going to want to use this. This needs to be documented extremely well, right? We need to have maybe more than one page about this inside of our documentation and maybe on our homepage even. Like this is something I think needs to be kind of shouted from the rooftops because I know a lot of people want this feature and it needs to be documented very well so people know how to use it. Okay, so please go ahead and do a heck of a lot more research. There's still a lot more research required around all of this. And then come back to me and let me know what other questions you have for me as well. And how exactly would this be structured? Don't just give me the game plan. I want to know your game plan of how you'd execute this. But then also let me know what this would look like from a user's perspective. So like give me like an example strategy and then this is what it would look like and how it should function. Do you put in an on trading iteration? How do you do this in a back test? How do you do this in live trading? Where do you put the system prompts? Like I'd like to understand all of that in a condensed way. You don't have to put that into like a separate file or anything like that. But let's start thinking about that too. So what I would expect from you is a ton of research. I'd expect you to start documenting this well, especially inside the Lumibot folder. I would expect you to come back to me with whatever research you found, and then the game plan of how to get this done, what it's going to look like from a user's perspective of actually doing this inside the strategy class. How would this work inside the strategy class exactly? Is it a component or how does that work exactly? And then let me know what other questions you have for me as well. Okay. All right. So that's quite thorough. We'll let this thing go off and do it. That was a lot. Do you guys have any other suggestions around this? Like, what are your thoughts around this? How would you guys go about doing it? I've thought about this a lot, if you guys can't tell.
I can
This,
tell you've probably thought about this more than any of us. So yeah, I
yeah,
think you're doing great so far. You got
yeah.
more insights than I do. I don't know if you mentioned yet, but maybe a recursive thing where it keeps trying stuff and heads toward what works and whatever's working the best. Like try to refine it, make it better.
Yeah, I mean, the way I look at it is like you have one agent that builds and they have another agent that trades, right? And this is the trading agent, right? The building agent, I think, is the one that does that loop, right? It's like trying to make this, see if you can make it better, whatever, refine all that stuff. And then this is the trading agent, which the way that you can iterate around it is by using different system prompts. That's the way I think about this, right? There's the outer loop and there's the inner loop, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
So
Oh, and
the outer loop is exchangeable or the inner loop is exchangeable.
the inner loop. Inner
Okay.
loop you change. Yeah. What we're building here is kind of like the inner loop, right?
Okay.
The outer loop is like, what is the strategy? How's the whole strategy going to work? Right. And then the inner loop is like, okay, well, you're telling it your job as a trading agent, whatever, here's your data, and this is what you're going to do. Go make your trades. Right. And then you can improve that system prompt over time. Right. And that's kind of the idea here. Right. I was going to actually bring something else up. Oh, another thing around this caching, by the way, is that we would need to cache not only the inputs, but then the outputs of like what tools it used and how needs to be part of the caching mechanism. What was the thought process? What tools did it use? And like all the outputs from the agent development kit, which is like all the thinking. Like if you look at BotSpot agent, we capture thinking messages of like why it's doing things and then tool calls. All of that needs to be cached. So when we rerun it in back testing the second time around, it's much faster. And then another thing is like around the Google Agent Development Kit. I think for something like this, the Gemini API might be a little bit expensive and slow. So I don't know if the agent development kit allows us, and you should research this thoroughly because I've heard mixed results around this. Will it allow us to use open source models? So things like a Kimi K2 or a DeepSeek, can you use open source models within the agent development kit and still maintain all this ability that the agent development kit has? That I think is pretty important because I think a lot of people will opt to use open source models in this specific instance because using closed source models could be very expensive to do something like this. So open source model compatibility is really important, and that's going to dictate should we use the agent development kit or something else. Okay. Anything else that you guys think around this while it's going through and thinking about this, doing all the research? Okay, so why don't we take a quick break right now? My wife just called me. I'm going to give her a call back just so she knows my flight information, all that. But this is actually a great time to take a break because this thing's probably going to think for the next 10 minutes at least. So why don't we do that? Why don't we take a quick 10 or 15-minute break and I'll see you guys in a few minutes, all right? Okay, I'll see you guys soon. All right. Hey guys, how's it going? Looks like we got a result back here. AI agent runtime plan. That sounds pretty cool. Indexed and README, and I did not wire this into public Sphinx docs yet because the feature is still design stage. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, what I think the API should be. The public API should be self.agents. Oh, that sounds interesting. Not raw ADK objects. Internally, this should live as a component package, but strategy authors should just do self.research agent equals self.agent.create and initialize. That makes sense. Users should call agent.run from any lifecycle method. On trading iteration is the common case, but on filled order before market opens should work the same way. Different scenarios should usually mean different named agents, not one agent with a constantly changing identity. Example, a research agent every 5 iterations and a post-fill agent on fills. Amazing. DuckDB should be first class from day one. I recommend built-ins like market.load history table plus DuckDB query because that's the cleanest way to let the agent reason over time series without dumping giant frames in a prompt. Yeah, so I completely agree with you about DuckDB. I think you should probably research even more how we're using DuckDB inside of BotSpot Agent and BotSpot Node inside of our MCP server. We've actually spent a lot of time making this good. You could read the documentation that we've had over time to improve DuckDB. You could look at how it actually works inside of BotSpot Node. It's a completely different project. So, I mean, you can't take anything from BotSpot Agent or BotSpot Node directly. It's not going to be able to interact with it directly, but you could take those learnings and bring them over to Lumibot library. Because DuckDB, I think, is vital here. If there's anything that I learned about dealing with time series data, if you just hand a time series data to an LLM, it sucks at understanding what's going on. It's very bad at it, and the context window is not big enough. But if you load it into a DuckDB database, then it becomes much better. And there's a lot of things you have to do around efficiency because you don't want to constantly be reloading data. So like there's a lot to be said around how to make DuckDB efficient because if you have to load DuckDB every single time it calls the tool, then that's going to be incredibly slow. So we got to speed that up by preloading it or caching it or something like that. So I think that's worth researching up front because I think that is incredibly important here. Time series data is the lifeblood of what we're doing. Get historical prices or get last price or whatever, really more get historical prices needs to have DuckDB built around it, or else it's just not going to work. And I know this from experience. So that's important. And it needs to be cached and it needs to be fast. And I think Parquet files is the way that we do it in BotSpot Node in the MCP server. So we're able to speed it up with Parquet files, but that's not going to work inside of Lumibot because they're actual data frames that we're going to be using. But maybe it's not even DuckDB. Maybe we could even do this without DuckDB. Maybe we could do this with pandas, and we could do queries with pandas. Maybe that makes more sense than DuckDB, or maybe DuckDB works quickly with pandas, so it loads fast or something. But definitely we got to think all that through because that's quite important here. Maybe we use pandas instead of DuckDB, but definitely we need to have the ability to query. That is a vital tool here. Yeah, custom tools I think should be supported day one. That makes sense. We need to think through how our custom tool is going to work and how would a user set up a custom tool. Same with memory. Memory is quite important. Um, self.vars makes sense for the memory to be done, but then we also got to think through how does memory actually work, right? Is memory just going to be a markdown file, or is memory going to be some sort of vector database? Like if you look at Claude Mem, CLAUDE dash MEM is a project that's very good at memory. Maybe there's something that we could learn from that GitHub project. It's a very popular GitHub project. I actually know the founder of it. Maybe something like that makes sense, although that seems more complicated. It's like a vector database. Um, or or maybe we keep it simple as just like text as memory for now, and then the memory can improve later. Or maybe there's some sort of library that we could use for agentic memory. There's the agentic memory for Claude through Claude Mem, but maybe there's some sort of other form of memory that we could use here because it is very important to remember from one iteration to the next, why did it place a trade? What was that trade meant to do? So that later on, when it's actually checking things, it can use that as context and say, oh, I placed this trade because of X, Y, and Z. So now I should exit because of X, Y, and Z. So memory is very, very important here. It needs to be done well. And I don't know if we do it through just markdown files or if we do it through text being stored or if there's some sort of vector representation of this or how does that all work? I think that's quite important here to research that and understand that as well. Okay, it's still saying 80K is the right choice. That's good. It's good news that you think 80K, that Google's 80K is still the right choice. I tend to agree here, but I think that's pretty important. It might be worth researching more. Oh, this is amazing. You can have model connectors to Light LLM, OLLAMA, VLLM. So Kimi K2, DeepSeek, and open models are viable if they're reachable through Light LLM or OpenAI compatible. Okay, that makes perfect sense. That's great. If we can, and it sounds like, so it's not even just about current compatibility, it's about future compatibility. Even if they don't currently support Kimi K2 or DeepSeek, the fact that there's connectors implies that this will be possible in the future. So that actually sounds really good to me here. Full 80K run, not just a final answer. For backtesting and cache, must store the full 80K run, not just final answer. Yeah, and I completely agree with you that for the caching for backtesting, we need to store the entire 80K run, not just a final answer. I fully agree with that. All of the thinking, all of the context, the tool calls, the tool outputs, event stream, all that kind of stuff, that all needs to be cached. I fully agree with that completely. And I think that needs to be researched very well as well. Okay, replay cache and backtest artifacts should be separate. Replay cache should be stored as an S3 back to ephemeral storage workers so it can reuse it across runs. Per backtest, trace artifacts should be omitted for inspection and analytics. Parquet files. Yeah, I agree with you. Using as Parquet files makes a lot of sense for the replay cache. And I think we need to research in detail. Is there anything you're missing? What are all the things we got cached? Like tool calls, thinking messages, inputs, outputs, all that stuff needs to be cached. And I think Parquet is the right way to store it. I agree with that actually. Okay, and it says replay key should include strategy code cache, model provider settings. Yeah, exactly. Same time day alone is not enough. I fully agree that the replay key should include um, maybe a strategy code cache. I'm not even entirely sure that the strategy code hash is important inside the replay key because even if the strategy code changes, that does not change the model inputs and outputs. I think it should be purely based on what Google ADK sees. So what inputs is it seeing and what outputs is it producing? So I don't think that the strategy code hash is actually a good thing to do. I take that back. I know I said that originally, but I take that back. I don't think that makes sense anymore. I think the model provider settings, any kind of inputs that it gets, what is the input data that it's getting, and then what is like the output and the tool calls and all that kind of stuff. I think that's very important. Okay, and the mature training engine like Lean, Non-Illustrator, and AAT are good references for runtime discipline, not agent design. Agentic finance projects like trading agents, FinRobot, AI hedge fund, AI hedge funds, crypto are good references for role decomposition, prompts, and model routing. They're not strong examples of strict, reliable backtest live. Yeah, I agree. I don't think that there's any other project on Earth right now. Like, and I say that with some degree of humility, but I really don't think that there's any project on Earth right now that allows you to do back testing with AI agents as the ones that are making the calls. So I think we'd be the first. And I think documenting that and making that accessible through SEO and like making that very public is, I think, really important here. Because I think a lot of people are going to want to use this. It needs to be documented well and accessible through SEO and all that kind of stuff. Okay, and then to answer your questions, your first question here is, should V1 default be propose only and require explicit opt-in for auto execution even when order permissions are enabled? I don't know what that means. I don't know what question you're asking, but definitely there needs to be some sort of permissioning, right? And I think opt-in probably makes more sense, I think. I'm not entirely sure what you're asking. Okay, and then the next question is, do you want replay cache shared across users when code plus inputs match, or isolated per user account strategy? I think it should probably be isolated per user. I think people would be pretty pissed off if like someone else was able to access their stuff. So for security reasons, I definitely think it should be isolated per user account strategy or whatever. I don't know what you mean account, but definitely per user and per strategy makes sense to me. But maybe even not per strategy. Maybe it's per user. Maybe even strategy it could change, right? Like it could be the same cache per strategy for different strategies, right? Let's say if I made one strategy that trades Tesla and I have some different code set, and then I make a new strategy that also trades Tesla, but it's the same model, the same inputs, the same time period, then the cache is still valid, right? It doesn't really matter that it's a totally different strategy in our database or whatever, or different code or whatever. That I don't think that matters, as long as the same inputs and outputs, right? Or really the same inputs. As long as the model has the same inputs, was like using the same model, the same data or whatever, as long as it has the same inputs, it should produce the same outputs, really. It's kind of the way I think about it. What do you think? All right, and then the next question is, should custom tools be Python only in strategy code for V1? Or do you want MCP OpenAI tool registration in the first release too? What do you mean MCP and OpenAI tool registration? I don't know what that means. I mean, we definitely be using tools through MCP. MCP is the thing that would be powering our tools, right? So I expect all of our tools to be based on MCP, on the MCP protocol, but I don't understand why you're talking about OpenAI or Open API tool registration. I don't know what that means. But MCP for sure, they should use from day one. Like we should be using standard protocols, which MCP is the standard protocol for tool calls and all that kind of stuff. And it works very well with Google ADK and all that. But I don't know what OpenAI or Open API tool registration is. Okay, and then the next question here is, should live mode thinking traces be stored by default or opt in because of privacy cost concerns? I think it probably should be stored by default so that we have auditability. I think auditing what's happening here is very important because someone's going to run, okay, sure, we run it through back testing and we want to store this stuff for caching. But then also when we're running this live, we want to store it to have an audit trail, right? Like you're going to want to know, why the hell did this thing buy this thing, right? What was it thinking? What was the thinking process that it went through? What tools did it call? What results did those tools get? Right? Like you're going to want to have all of that for like an audit trail. I think that's very, very important here. This is a trading system, and an audit trail is incredibly important, especially for institutional traders. Okay, and then your next question is, what should be the default model policy on day one? Gemini baseline or cheapest cable? Let's just stick with Gemini for now. Let's not overly complicate this by allowing other types of LLMs. We can add that later. For now, we'll just stick to Gemini models. And honestly, like Gemini 2.5 is actually quite smart. I think we could do a lot with it, for example, right? But it should be Gemini and it should be customizable. People should be able to choose which Gemini model they want based on environment variables or something like that, because this changes all the time. We're now have Gemini 3.1, Gemini 3.1 just came out, but what if they want to use Gemini 2.5 or Gemini 3, or what if they want to use Gemini 3 Flash or Gemini 3 Pro? It depends. Everyone's going to have their own requirements. And it also depends on the specific run, right? Like this should be based on the run command, not the initialize command, because I might want to have Gemini 3.1 Pro run after a trade is executed. But I might want to have Gemini 2.5 Flash or even Gemini 3.1 Flash Lite to run on every trading iteration because it's faster and cheaper, right? So I can imagine users wanting to use different levels of models or different types of models throughout this entire process, depending on what the action is, right? So after a trade, I might want to use the pro model, but on every regular trading iteration, I might want to use a cheaper model. You know what I mean? So that needs to have, people need to have that ability to change that for Gemini, and then also thinking it through so that people can set different types of models in the future, even though that's not a feature I think we should build immediately unless it's easy to do. But we definitely should think through how that's going to work because maybe someone wants to use Kimi K2 on every trading iteration, but maybe Gemini Pro is necessary when they're really thinking through, is this the correct trade to make? Right? Like there could be different instances, right? There could be different models to use in different scenarios, right? And it could be even the same agent, but different models, right? That's kind of what I'm thinking. Okay, and then do you want BotSpot UI support for viewing agent traces in the first release or backtest artifact inspection enough initially? No, we're not doing anything with BotSpot right now. This is Lumibot only. We are only working on Lumibot right now. We are not working on BotSpot features right now at all. This is only for Lumibot. We're only adding these features into Lumibot. We definitely want to document it well inside the Sphinx documentation. We definitely want to document it well inside the docs. And then maybe we'll also add it to the BotSpot agent so that it's easy to generate this stuff through BotSpot. But then all the rest of the BotSpot features we'll think about later. How do we add it to our MCP server and all those kind of things? That's going to be down the line. This is not a BotSpot exercise. This is improving Lumibot to give it this capability. Okay, so please go ahead and do all of your research. There's still a bunch more research required, but I think we're starting to come to a conclusion of like what is required here. But do all of your research. So a lot more research required. I don't think you research enough of other AI agents that are doing this. I can name a bunch of projects that you did not go through here. These agentic finance projects, there's a lot more of them out there, and I think you should research more of them and understand how they work before we actually go about doing this, because they've actually thought through a lot of potential problems that we might go down. So these agentic finance projects, I think you got to research them more thoroughly and understand more of them before we make any kind of decisions here. And then obviously you want to research more of the code base and everything else I talked about, and then come back to me with a game plan, meaning how are we going to execute on this? What is step one, step two, step three, step four? And then how is this going to look like from a user's perspective? I'd like to know where are they going to add this? Give me like a mock strategy um, class and like what this might look inside of a strategy class. How would that actually look? I really want to review that before we actually add that in. And then let me know what other questions you have for me as well. Okay, cool. All right. I think after this, we could probably get started on it. There's a lot of research required up front for something like this, but I think that we could pretty much get started with this after this set of research because it's looking pretty much kind of locked in here. I think we're getting pretty good. What do you guys all think? What are your thoughts about this? Or any like questions and comments around this? No thoughts, no comments?
But nothing here. So I'm just, I have questions after I see it produce the code and see the output and see it in action.
Yeah, I think that's what's going to be very interesting here. Gonna take some time for it to build that. Right now, what I've learned about building projects like this is like put a lot of time into research up front. If you research it well up front and you do good planning up front, then the result tends to be a lot better, right? As opposed to just like letting it kind of go. That's why I'm doing a lot of research up front. I'm spending, we're spending, 2, 3 hours here just researching. right? But I think that amount of research is going to really help us, like when we produce this thing that's done correctly from the very beginning, you know? Which is kind of like when you do regular software development. You want to do the same thing, right? Like a new feature, you really want to architect it well before you get started, right?
Right. So this is basically like a pseudo coding.
Yeah, yeah, basically. You really haven't used Claude Code or anything like that very much, huh?
No, I haven't. But I am now. After seeing this. Uh,
Yeah.
yeah.
This is it's a whole like everyone like when I was talking to people in the Bay Area, like nobody here codes anymore. I don't know a single person who was actually writing a line of code. It's like,
Yeah, I was actually talking to my a lady friend and my girlfriend, she's right here. I had to change before she put her arms around my neck. And so I told her, I said I was talking to a recruiter today and they were asking me as far as my proficient with Python and said that there might be like a whiteboard session to prove like my coding ability. And I was basically saying that um you could take someone who don't know anything about coding and they can do a lot better than someone who is a expert in Python because they could just talk it into existence.
yep,
Yeah. And so it's like having a job interview, whether knowing whether a colon or semicolon goes behind a condition statement is asinine.
yep. I fully agree with that. 100%. Actually, in fact, I'll give proof of this. I help out another company, this company called Finlitty. I'm their acting CTO. I've been helping them out for some time. And we have a couple of employees. One of the guys is basically like an artist and like a marketing kind of guy. I showed him how to use Codex, and he's like building the whole website now. Like it's like working well, you know? So to your point, exactly, like coding is what the definition of a software engineer or a coder is changing dramatically right now, you know?
Yeah. And so like what you need is someone who can see the big picture
Hmm. Yes.
overall. And then like you want someone who knows like something about coding. You don't want someone who just come off the streets who is like
Hmm.
or anything, but they have an idea of how it works. And I say, for example, someone who knows how to code well can do better at like Codex and Cloud Code. But
Hmm.
um, you have to have someone who has a lot of imagination. Someone who has the better imagination is going to do a lot better than someone who is just hands to the keyboard all the time, just writing code.
I fully agree with that 100%. And I think Sam Altman and a lot of other people, they're calling it people that have taste, right? Which
Yeah.
is a very like nebulous term. Like, what does that mean exactly, right? But that's kind of what they're saying. It's like the people that have taste and creativity, they're the ones that are going to be much better at what we now call software engineering, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, fully agree
Yeah.
with that.
Yeah, because if you look at Steve Jobs, he wasn't the best coder out there, but was it like a Wozniak? He was
Yep.
the one who was like putting everything together. But Steve, he had the vision, the over, and so that's why he was so successful. That's pretty much it. Anybody like you have Elon Musk, he sees the big
Yep.
picture. So you have to have the mindset of like a CEO,
Hmm. I agree.
a
I agree.
visionary. Yeah,
Yeah. And I think to take that even further, um, we've already been seeing this over time where companies in S&P 500 now are spending less and less time at the top. And we tend to see a lot more smaller companies, right? So it tends to be a lot more startups or small companies in America now than there used to be 100 years ago. And the companies that are in the S&P 500, back in the day, GM was in the S&P 500 for freaking decades, right? But
hmm
now that timeline shortened. And I think this is going to accelerate the whole process. right? So I
Yeah.
think we're going to see companies shifting much faster, right? Who's the biggest company, who's not? We're going to see a much faster movement around that. And I think we're going to see a much more small companies. I think
Right.
there's a very strong incentive now for people to create startups, you know?
Yeah. It is.
Yeah. It's very interesting. What's happening right now, this is like a historical point in time, right? Like, I mean, this is going to be in the history books. These starting from when ChatGPT came out till probably the end of this decade, I think this is going to be written in the history books as one of the most disruptive times in human history, you know?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
And so hopefully people will stop saying the greatest thing since sliced bread and start saying the greatest thing since Chat GPT.
Yeah. Maybe one day, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense. Worth, I saw that you were trying to say something earlier. Sorry, I think we might have cut you off.
No, I was just laughing at Stacy's misspeaking incident earlier. But yeah, I was thinking, I don't know if transformative is the most descriptive. Uh, I was thinking transformative might be a better word than disruptive, but it's really kind of hard to see where it's going. But it's definitely it came quick and it's coming fast and it's just really changing a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think those terms are mutually exclusive. I think
Yeah.
transformative and disruptive can both happen at the same time, you know? But
But
yeah, I
what
mean,
else?
it's crazy. You know, Worth, you have one of the few jobs that's not going to get taken by AI, you know?
Yes. Well, I mean, robots could massage people, so
I mean, we
uh,
have that now. It's not the same thing, you know?
yeah, it's not the same. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's just you'll never be able to replace. You could, there are
Human
certain things where
connection.
you want to interact with a human being.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I've been thinking a lot about that too, of like, what are the jobs that even let's put it this way, even if AI was 1,000 times better than a human, you'd still want the human. What are those jobs? You know what I
That's a
mean?
good question. Yeah.
I think that's an interesting thing to think about, right? Because like one of those things could be like a therapist, for example, right? An AI therapist could be 1,000 times better, but you still want to talk to a human, right? Certain types of sales positions, right? I can imagine that happening, right? Because sure, this AI is 1,000 times better, it can figure all this stuff out, and that's a great assistant. But at the end of the day, I want to look someone in the eyes and say, you're not going to screw me. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And maybe the therapist with the chip in their head might be might be the thing that you would want. Maybe you don't
Right.
want.
Like an augmented human rather than like,
Yeah.
yeah.
How about a fishing guide? You go out on a fishing tour, you're gonna want a human, like it's
Mm.
experiences like that.
Yeah.
Tourism, service industries, dinner, restaurant. It's nice to have a waiter to talk
All
to.
that. I say exotic dancers.
Yeah, there you go. Irreplaceable, for sure.
That is true. I agree with that one. It's funny, they're actually trying to make a bunch of robots that do that kind of thing too. And I'm sure that would be a thing that pe some people want,
Yeah,
but for the rest of us, human beings are pretty hard to replace there.
right.
That's a good one.
I know China, they're actually ahead in robotics. So um, there was actually a movie that I saw over the weekend. What was the name of the movie we saw? Yeah, it's about that. It's a robot that fell in love with the owner, and tried to kill the owner's wife. Um,
Oh,
it get jealous. And
what's
who?
the name of this movie?
Yeah, Megan Fox was the robot.
Oh, I think I've heard of this. What's the name of this movie?
It's servant
Servant what?
this is subservient. So
Servant.
subservient.
There it is.
Yeah, that's a great movie.
Yeah, I've actually heard of this before. Hey, maybe this is something I watched tonight. It's on Netflix.
Yeah,
Yeah, maybe I'll watch it tonight. Yeah, Robot widely praised for believability and depth. Yeah, I've seen clips of this too. Yeah, she's got like that creepy robot look here, you know?
yeah,
There's a bunch of like interesting ones like that as well. I've watched a few others I can't remember the names of now, but just like robots going rogue, you know?
yeah,
And we're starting to see that. That's not like science fiction anymore, you know?
yeah,
You know, Terminators, like if you want to make Skynet, like I mean, you could build it right now. Like Skynet is not like this far-fetched in the future thing anymore, you know?
yeah, yeah. It's true.
Yeah.
That that's the movie that actually got me interested into computer science and data science when I saw it as a kid.
Nice. Terminator?
Yeah, I
Nice.
remember
Yeah.
I was in the movie theater watching it with my best friend. The first AI movie.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that being like an interesting thing. For me, it was The Matrix. That's what got me like really obsessed with this stuff, you know?
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, that's cool, man. Okay, cool. We got a response back here. So this is what it would look like. Okay, so here's like a class agent momentum strategy. You initialize it, you make a research agent. So agent.create, name, research. Okay, you give it a name, you give it a model, instructions, tools, permissions, memory scope, cache mode. And then when you run, you can run it with a prompt. And you give it a context and a model. Okay, this looks pretty cool, but I have a couple questions. First of all, what's the difference between when you initialize the agent, you put an instruction, and then when you run it, you have a prompt? What's the difference between those two? I don't understand. And then same thing with you could set the model when you create the agent, and then when you run it, you set model again. I guess it would make sense if when you create it, that's the default, and then when you run it, you could override that default if you wanted to. That makes sense to me, but I just want to confirm that. But I don't understand instruction versus prompt. And then also you have tools versus permissions. What's the difference between like why isn't that the same thing, tools and permissions? Like I actually thought that'd be the same thing. Like if I give it access to the submit order tool, I am implicitly giving permission to run that tool, right? So why do we have both tools and permissions? And then I don't understand why we have a cache mode. I thought we were just going to have one type of cache. Why are there different types of modes? I don't understand. And then memory scope, I also don't understand. Why is there a memory scope thing? What is the point of that? I don't understand what those things do. And then you give it a name, which I guess makes sense. But I guess it should have some sort of internal ID as opposed to just a name. I don't know what your thoughts around name are. I guess that makes sense. I'm not against having a name, but I'm just wondering what the purpose of that would be. And then let's see what else. I did additional research and tightened the internal design doc, the current working spec. Okay, it's designed, da, da, da. The most important sections are user API, DuckDB, memory, replay, cache, and execution plan. My conclusion is still 80K is the right orchestration layer. DuckDB is mandatory. Okay, so also please explain to me why DuckDB is mandatory and why we can't just use pandas to send queries. And if we're going to use DuckDB, how do we make this run efficiently? Because I could tell you, DuckDB was incredibly inefficient on BotSpot before because it would have to reload the data every single time, and the reloading of data was very, very time consuming. So I think making that efficient is very important, right? If DuckDB could just load from in memory from pandas and just work out of the box and it's fast, then that works well. But if it has to load the data into DuckDB every single iteration or every single time we run the run command, or even worse, every single time a tool gets called, and that becomes incredibly slow. So we really want to make sure that that is super efficient. DuckDB can be a very significant limiting factor here. So researching that and making sure that DuckDB is the right tool, that there isn't like MCP tools like Pandas or something like that that's better. And then loading the data into DuckDB and querying stuff efficiently, especially knowing that when you run things through a backtest and you're iterating, really you don't really have to reload all the data into DuckDB. It's really just adding like one row of price data or something like that. So there's like a lot of efficiency gains that can be had there. So I think we really should think that through a lot before we do this. Like DuckDB was a significant limiting factor inside of BotSpot agent and BotSpot node inside of our MCP server before. So it's really worthwhile to research that up front and make sure that that's architected correctly. So that's fast and reliable. It doesn't reload data every single time we run through a trading iteration. So it doesn't reload data every single time we call it from a tool call. It needs to be done very efficiently. That's very important for DuckDB. And DuckDB is a hard requirement because when we're doing stuff without DuckDB, without the ability to query it, that was going incredibly, it was just dumb. It just didn't know what it was doing. Like an LLM is just not good at reading structured data like that. Time series data is very bad at. DuckDB made a big difference there. So this is very, very important to research and get right. And maybe even look at how other projects do it in GitHub or whatever as well. Like really research this. Okay, and then Lumiwealth should expose this as a native strategy feature, not as an OpenClaw style broad agent. The built-in tools should stay local Python tools for speed and safety with an MCP-shaped registry so external MCP toolsets can plug in later. Very cool. I fully agree with you. We should use MCP for everything. And being able to add other MCP tools to this is freaking amazing. Like if we could give people the ability to use other MCP tools within this agent context, that will blow things out of the water. That would be incredible. Because I can imagine using a bunch of other tools like news or weather related MCP tools or whatever, right? It being able to plug into other MCP tools that are external on the internet is a huge, huge benefit here. And I really like that idea a lot. So MCP, standardize everything properly, and the ability to use external MCP tools, I think is brilliant and amazing. Like for example, being able to use, I don't know, some sort of pricing data through an MCP tool, or maybe the Federal Reserve data is through an MCP tool or something like that. Like that is really, really powerful to be able to do that. And again, if it's added into the cache as well, if you even do caching around external MCP tools, and if you call an MCP tool with a specific set of instructions and you mark down what you called it with and what it came back with, and you cache that, then we could even cache external MCP tool calls, and that makes this very efficient and very, very powerful. And I really like that idea with MCP tools, especially external MCP tools. That is awesome. And we have our internal MCP tools, and then we have our external ones, and people could add external ones, and those should be part of the caching mechanism as well, the inputs and the outputs. That is brilliant, and I think that's awesome. And then also, I don't see anywhere to add in MCP tools into when we create the agent. I think when we create the agent, we probably want to give it access to certain MCP tools or MCP servers or whatever. I think that's pretty important here. That could be a very good. I think that's fine for V1. I don't think that's this huge additional set of work. Let's see what else here. Non-open class solid broad agent. The built-in tool should stay local Python tools. For memory, I would keep V1 simple and inspectable, 80K session state plus secured structured text notes persisted in self.vars, not vector graph memory yet. I agree with you. The vector or graph memory is way probably out of scope right now. That's way too complicated for now. But we need to make sure memory works well, and that needs to be well researched. And I don't think you researched memory well enough yet. Fine, maybe we don't do vector or graph memory yet, but we should definitely think through what are other people doing for memory for an agent development kit. Like, are there other GitHub libraries that have done this or other plugins that do this? But having memory inside the agent development kit is extremely important. And I'm sure someone else has done this before. There's probably other GitHub libraries somewhere where someone that's worked on this, the Google ADK or some other way to add memory to agents in an easy to use manner that's compatible with Google ADK. I think that's really important here. And it's saying for caching, I would not use Parquet as the canonical replay object. Parquet is right for analytics, artifacts, exact replay should be compressed canonical trace blob plus Parquet projections. Okay, and if you think caching should not use Parquet, that's fine. I agree with you actually in some sense, as Parquet is very good at like numerical data, I think. But it definitely needs to be compressed in some manner, I think, right? Because this can get really large really fast. Maybe it's not important, but like we need to make sure that we're caching things properly. Like really, this needs to be thorough. Like what are all the inputs that went into this agent call? What was the state when that went in of everything, the time and the tools that it accessed and what MCP tools it was using, whatever. It should be like replayable. But then also replayable in different strategies. Like I said, even if I have one strategy that's trying to trade on the SPY in one way versus SPY in a different way. So even between different strategies, I should be able to reuse caching if the same inputs and outputs happened, you know? Okay, agent run result, build a minimal runtime. Okay, add DuckDB correctly, add memory and traces, add replay cache, benchmark and harden. Only after that. Okay, and I think I don't think you've really thought through. I read over your game plan here. There's not enough about testing. We need it. This needs to be very thoroughly tested. We need to have unit tests around all the different features. We need to have like a full back test where it actually runs us through a back test and tests that whole thing as an integration test and maybe multiple different back tests. This needs to be very, very well tested. This is an important feature. It needs to be very thoroughly, there are a lot of things that go wrong with this. So we need to test all unit test typing stuff, but then also like integration tests around back testing and all that kind of stuff as well, and maybe even live trading. We should really, really make sure this is tested thoroughly, and that needs to be a big part of the execution game plan. Okay, and then additional useful research is useful. The strongest lessons came from trading agents, FinRobot, FinMem. Okay. The common pattern is role, decomposition, reflection, and memory. The common gap is deterministic replay inside a real broker-aware backtest engine. That is the opening for Lumiwealth. Exactly. And no one else is really doing that. And again, documentation is very important here. We need to document the hell out of this, and I'd really like to do it in such a way that's good for SEO, because I think a lot of people are going to want this feature. So not only does it have to be documented well so people know how to use it, but also documented in a way that's very SEO friendly so that other people know that this is available and can use this. And then to answer your questions, when live trading permissions allow mutation, should orders execute immediately, or do you want a first class confirmation policy in V1? I think trade confirmations is going to be pretty important in the future. I don't think that's a V1 thing. I think for now we allow it to kind of just run on its own. But I think we should architect it in a way that confirmations are possible, right? Like I can imagine this having something like sending out requests into like Discord or Slack or something like that. And maybe that works together with BotSpot because BotSpot is going to have access to all those different things. And then maybe there's like an approval process for certain trades in the future. But version one, I don't think so. I would not put that into version one personally. But it should be architected in such a way that that is possible. Oh my goodness. I don't know why I haven't stopped coughing since being in California. I mean, there's too many plants in the air. I'm not used to all this vegetation. And the question is, do I want external MCP backed custom tool sets in version one? Yes, I absolutely do want that. I think that's an easy thing to add is external MCP backed custom tool sets that people could just add MCP servers. I think that's incredible to add it to version one. And I think that'll be very powerful, and I don't think it's a lot of work. So that's what I think. As long as it's easy to do, then I think MCP backed custom tool sets makes perfect sense in version one. As long as it's, a reasonable amount of work. You can make a custom tool that maybe is available through the library, maybe is available externally. I don't know if we should do both or only one of those. I think external ones are more interesting than the internal ones. And if you're building it for external ones, then you could make external ones look like internal ones could look like external ones, right? So we should have some sort of unified way of doing that because we want to be able to deal with external MCP tools. But then if you make an internal MCP tool, you could definitely expose it in such a way that looks like an external MCP tool, right? And we should have some way of doing that. Or maybe we just expose it through like code somehow. That's kind of my thought process here. I mean, should the first public example strategy be stock only? You want first example to be options aware. I think we should probably have one options example and one stock example for day one. I think options and stocks are the easiest types of data for us to get, and we're the most experienced in stock and options data. So I think that's what should be supported day one is stocks and options. We should have integration tests for both of those day one and make sure that those work well day one. Okay, and then after core launch, the first point in time external data tool be Alpaca Historical News or Fred? Um, no, so for your next question, you're saying after core launch, should the first point in time external data tool be Alpaca Historical or Alfred macro data? I don't think either one of those. I think if you allow external MCP tools, then we can now support thousands of MCP tools right out of the gate, right? So I don't think it should be based on any specific Alpaca or Fred. One thing that I've actually learned after building Lumibot for years now is just use open protocols to work with things as opposed to trying to build our own protocols. And MCP is an open protocol and it's perfect and just allow people to use whatever MCP server they want. Alpaca has an MCP server that allows for news, right? But you should be able to add an MCP server and only say you're only allowed to use this and this and this tool. You should be able to set permissions like that. Because, for example, I might add Alpaca as an MCP server, but I don't want it to be able to trade through Alpaca directly because it's going to cause some weird stuff to happen. But I'd want to have Alpaca news available to me through the MCP server, right? And there's also MCP servers for the Federal Reserve for Fred, right? And you can search these up and look these up. They exist already. And if we could just add those to what we're doing, then that already works. And if the caching works with it, then we for free get access to all this additional stuff without really having to build all the infrastructure around it. We just have to allow for that to happen. And I think that's a really critical architecture thing here. As long as we're caching it properly so that the tool call works, so we can log like what we sent to the tool and what we got back as a response, then very easily someone can just add Fred as an MCP tool that we're using. And then now all of a sudden they have access to economic data. like super simple, super easy, works within our framework, works with caching, but allows them to do all sorts of crazy cool stuff. I think that's very, very valuable right out of the box. We should not be thinking about it case by case. We should try to make something that works for all of them. All right, and then your last question here is, do you want users to be able to inspect and edit agent memory nodes directly, or should memory stay automatic in V1? I think automatic in V1. I don't think we need people to be able to edit memory unless you think that's a very valuable feature. I don't know. I don't think so. Most agents, memory is like a black box behind the scene, and I think that's for good reason, right? Either because it's too difficult or just not valuable enough to allow people to edit the memory from like context from one thing to the other, right? And I think we should just kind of copy what other people are doing there. That's what I think. Okay, so there's a bunch more research for you to do here. Please continue to research, really, really research everything thoroughly. But I think we're getting close to a final product here. Tell me your final arc. Do a lot of research. Research the crap out of all this in detail. Research the BotSpot node library and our MCP server. Research BotSpot agent and how we actually use everything in BotSpot agent. Research bot manager and how we do things there as well, and then research Lumibot in details, go through all the documents. There's probably a lot of docs and stuff they have not read there yet that really is important to read. Like, for example, there's a markdown file on back testing that I really think is very, very important for you to read inside of Lumibot. Like the way that we like our philosophy around back testing on how back tests should try to mimic real world data as much as possible, right? I think that's very important. That's like stage 3 back tests is like that it fully mimics what happens in real life. You should read that. There's a lot of research on like existing libraries and how do we reuse things without like having to reinvent the wheel, use existing architectures, use existing frameworks, find what other people are doing with their projects and try to mirror that so we don't recreate all the stuff because there's a lot of these things exist already. This should be a fairly simple thing for us to build. And if we architect it well, it would be very simple, but extremely powerful, right? And that's what we want to do. We want to have simple, but powerful, right? Okay, so please research all of that and then come back to me and tell me exactly how this is going to be architected, what your game plan is around this. What do you think we need to do? What is step 1, step 2, step 3? How is this all going to get built? Give me as much details around the architecture as possible. And again, tell me exactly from the user side how it's going to look like. I really liked how you did this class agent momentum strategy. And then this is what you do in the initialize function. This is what you do in on trading iteration. This is what you do in on filled order. I like that. Please show me the updated version of that once you've done all the research and thought all this through. And let me know if you have any more questions for me, but I think we're getting pretty close to being able to actually start building this. Okay, cool. Any questions or comments, guys? There's a lot of planning around this. It's a lot of planning, but I think for good reason. Once we have this thing working, I think it's going to be like magic. It's going to feel really cool having this thing work. And what I'll do is I'll keep working on this too, because like we're pretty much done here in 20 minutes. But I can get this agent to keep working on this, and I'm going to keep working on this over the next week. And then we can meet next week, and maybe I'll have something that I can show you guys by next week of like how this is actually functioning. Yeah, any questions or comments or thoughts around this? Okay. All right, well, while this thing's doing its research, why don't we take a quick break? I'm going to use the bathroom really quick, and then I'll see you guys back here in like 5-10 minutes, all right? All right. Hey guys. Okay, so let's see what it produced here. This is looking pretty good. I agree with your pushback on all our earlier API. A few of these concepts were useful initially, but too noisy for a public surface. Tighten the design around, okay. Especially for a user API, DuckDB, memory, replay cache, execution path. Introduction versus prompt. I would rename system prompt and task. Yeah, instruction prompts. I rename these to system prompt and task. Okay. System prompt is a standing identity and rules for the agent. Task is a current job for the run. That makes sense. The same split ADK and other agent frameworks effectively use, but those names are clearer for Lumiwealth. Yeah, I agree with you about system prompt versus task. Maybe it's task prompt and system prompt as opposed to just task, right? But then also, I think task should probably be optional, right? Because a lot of times you just use the system prompt and that's it. You don't need to give it more specific task instructions. So that's kind of my thought process there. Or do you agree with that or not? Your model on create versus model on run, yes. Default model on create, optional override run. Okay, good. Tools versus permissions for the public API. I think you're right that these should collapse into one concept. If the tool is present, the agent can use it. If that it's absent, it cannot. I would keep a richer policy layer internally for future things like live only gating, point in time, okay. And later, okay, that makes sense. Cache mode, I no longer think this should be public in V1. Internally, we still need modes like normal replay, strict replay for CI, and trace only for live runs, but the public default should just be backtest replays by default, live traces by default. Yeah, exactly. I fully agree with you on cache mode and tools and permissions. I agree with you on all these points here so far. Okay, memory scopes in conclusion. Useful internally, too much service area publicly. Publicly, memory should just persist automatically per named agent. Internally, a runtime can still distinguish agent local versus strategy shared memory if needed. Okay, name useful, but not as a true ID. The runtime should generate a full stable internal ID and use the name. Okay, good, that makes sense. DuckDB is mandatory at the query surface, but not as a storage layer. Pandas or pollers should remain the in-memory source of truth. DuckDB sits on top of those frames, so the agent can use SQL instead of trying to reason over raw time series. That matches both Lumiwealth's backtesting philosophy and the prefetch one slice forever rule. And it matches BossBot's DuckDB lesson that exact SQL beats rag chunking. Yeah, it makes sense. The efficient design is Lumiwealth prefetches a per strategy or per agent DuckDB connection registers those already loaded pandas once. The agent never queries a raw full table directly. It queries a point in time visible view filtered, so there's no look ahead. When the clock advances, we update the visible handcuff. Okay. This is the part that has to be architectured carefully. If DuckDB reloads every tool call, it will be slow. Yeah, I fully agree with you for DuckDB. Like, we're gonna have to test this. So one thing that I really don't see here is like the testing plan. And again, I told you about the testing plan. That's very, very important. So this whole DuckDB thing that you're doing here, that needs to be tested with an actual back test. And we need to talk about, you can get a Gemini API key all over my computer. I have it all over the place. I think it's that BossBot node project. It's probably the best way to do it. It's the .env files. You can get the Gemini API key and you need to copy that over and use that or whatever you need to do to actually test this and make sure that when we run DuckDB, that it is actually efficient, that every tool isn't reloading it, and that every iteration isn't reloading DuckDB. It needs to be very efficient, and we need to make sure this is all doing things very well. And I think we should actually even use YAPI, YAPPI, to profile this and make sure that DuckDB is not like a major bottleneck, because this is already going to be quite slow, and DuckDB can really make it a lot slower. So that's very important. I agree with you there. And we need to test it and use them an actual Gemini API key and actually back test and make sure that these actually work. That's very, very important. And you seem to have neglected that in your game plan here. That is extremely important, and there needs to be an iterative nature around it, including profiling with YAPI and verifying that this actually works properly. The testing is a severe lack of what you have here. And it needs to actually run real back tests with real code on options and on stocks and with a real Gemini API key and actually calling out to the API and saying if this actually works and caching actually works the second time around, and that DuckDB isn't like a major bottleneck. Like there's so many things that need to be actually tested here and profiled. Okay, and then architected correctly. Okay, MCP memory, external MCP tool should be in V1. I agree. The right shape is MCP servers on okay with explicit per server tool allow less internal Lumiwealth tools should look like MCP shaped, but I would still run them as local Python tools for speed instead of forcing everything through a literal local MCP transport boundary. Okay. Memory in V1 should stay simple and automatic. 80K session state plus structured memory persisted and okay, good. I'll store things in memory notes, open thesis, last actions. Okay. I would not do vector graphs yet. Okay, makes sense. Replay cache should store the full normalized run. Input surface, tool calls, tool outputs, event stream, and final result as described. Okay, good. It should be user scoped, cross-strategy reusable when the agent visible input surface is identical and backed by the same S3 style remote cache pattern Lumiwealth already uses. Perfectly agree with that. I agree with everything that you have to say around memory as well. All I got to say is that a lot of people are going to be using Lumiwealth locally on their computers without access to S3 buckets. So I don't think S3 should be a requirement for memory, but it should use it if it's available, right? So maybe that's some sort of environment variable that if it's set, we use S3. If it's not set, we just use it locally. I think it should be something like that for memory. But other than that, I agree with what you're saying. Okay, and then this is what it looks like. Agent tool. Oh, interesting. Okay. Return, da, da, da. Okay, that makes sense. So I like this decorator pattern that you have for agent tools. I think that's pretty interesting. Although I'm not sure that they should live inside the strategy class. And an agent tool, you're missing some stuff. Like an MCP tool requires a description, descriptions about how the data is structured. So like a regular method, a Python method is not the same as an MCP tool. So even though the decorator pattern seems interesting, and maybe that's the right way to do it, but you're missing tool descriptions, you're missing all the other parts of like what an MCP tool actually looks like. And then honestly, I'm not entirely sure they should be inside the strategy class. Part of me thinks that this should be outside the strategy class and it should be like its own class or something like that, just to keep things clean. I'm not sure if that's the right way to do it or not. This is just me thinking out loud. Okay, and then it creates the agent, default model, system prompt, tools, MCP servers, allow tools, perfect. On training iteration. Okay, and then self research agent.run. So your example here of like you're setting self.research agent equals, it should be self.vars.research agent equals. Like we should not be using high level things like that. Like what if there's something else inside of Lumiwealth called research agent? It should be self.vars.research agent equals, not just self.research agent. And then run. Task, review, and decide whether to trade. Context, symbol, max risk percentage. Yeah, this is very cool. This is awesome. Okay, and then context. I also really like the fact they added context as well. That context is a very interesting thing when you run the agent. I really like that idea too. That's a really nice thing that you added here. Okay, after X research still is correct. Da, da, da. Okay, remaining questions. Okay, and let me answer your last few questions here. Your first question is, in backtest, should a non-point in time external MCP tool hard fail immediately, or should it warn and disable itself? I don't know what you mean. In back testing, should a non-point in time external MCP tool hard fail immediately? No, just warn and don't disable it. Don't force people into things. If people want to do stuff, then let them do it. Like don't disable it. Don't do weird stuff that's gonna, you're gonna disable it, you're gonna warn, you're going to hard fail. Like that doesn't make any sense. Like if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Let them do whatever they want to do, right? Maybe there should be a warning around this to say that this might function differently in the future. We should probably warn them about this, right? But this is not a hard fail situation, right? If it's a non-point in time external MCP tool call, I agree that could be problematic, right? But we definitely should not hard fail or disable anything. Warnings is the most that we should do there. Let them do what they want to do. But yeah, I mean, we should warn saying that, for back testing this, there might be some inaccuracies here, right? I think that's a good warning to put out. Okay, and then your next question is, do you want external MCP servers configured only in strategy code for V1 or also reusable via reusable named profiles and environment config? I don't know what the heck you're talking about there. I think they should be in strategy code for V1 and forever. I don't know what you're talking about. Reusable named profiles. I mean, not maybe one day we'll do that, but I don't know. I don't think so. Just in strategy code V1. That's it. That's fine. We'll add in more things later if we need to. Then your third question is for internal Lumibot tools, do you want them to be literally exposed to an MCP adapter, or is MCP shaped metadata plus local Python execution enough for V1? I mean, I don't know. Whatever you think makes more sense here. I am biased towards having them exposed as like an actual MCP server, but then again, there's security implications to that. There might be latency to that. So I'm not so sure that that's a good idea, right? So maybe MCP shaped metadata internally might make more sense, but that needs to actually function like a real MCP server. And it needs to be like easy to add external ones. And that needs to be tested thoroughly. Okay, so I think we're getting pretty close to agreement here. Please do whatever last minute research you need to do, update whatever last minute docs you need to do. And we need a hell of a lot more testing. Like this, we need to be able to iterate. We need like testing to be able to iterate on this, like actual back tests with like real strategy classes for both stocks and for options. Those need to be test cases, and you need to be able to verify that the caching works, that DuckDB works. You need to be able to profile them, make sure that they're working properly. There's a significant amount of testing required here, both unit testing and like actual real back tests running with stocks and with options, with DuckDB working properly, with memory working properly, with the caching working properly. You need to test whether the second run is faster than the first run, that the second run is cached. The first run should be going through using the Gemini API key, which is available on my computer, and you should be able to find it in the Botspot node project or Botspot agent project inside the .env file. So you should be able to get that Gemini API key and maybe even use it and maybe even move it over to the Lumiwealth or Lumibot .env file. But these tests need to be like fully realistic, and you need to verify that DuckDB is running fast and not slowing down per tool call or per iteration. And that needs to be profiled and verified. And then the caching needs to make sure that the first time you run it, it goes straight to the Gemini API. But then the second time you run it, because strategies are deterministic, it should pretty much exactly all of it be fully cached the second time any strategy runs, right? If it's the same strategy code and it's running a second time, then everything inside of the cache should be fully activating. It should not be using any external APIs the second time around, right? And that needs to be profiled and validated, right? So you need to create two different strategies, one for stocks, one for options, and then you need to run both of them 2 or 3 times each to verify that the caching works and that the DuckDB is working properly. They need to be profiled with the YAPI, YAPPI, and verify that they all work. And you need to go iterate until you have validated this all works properly and all tests pass. Okay, so that you need to update your game plan a lot there. Okay, so update your game plan, update your documentation. Let me know if you have any last minute questions. But I think we're just about ready to get started. But please give me your full and detailed game plan first. Very detailed game plan of exactly how you're going to do everything in as much detail as possible, including a big chunk of this on testing. I would say we need a very significant amount of our game plan to be testing and validating using profilers, making sure that caching is working properly, rerunning strategies several times, using actual strategies, just like we have in the strategy, just like we have in the demos folder, right? Like actual real strategies running, like how a user would actually run a strategy. And you can look at the demos folder in the strategy library to kind of look at what those look like. But you've kind of been telling me already, like with a full strategy class, running this with a back test. BotSpot agent also has a bunch of prompt stuff there to tell you about how to generate these strategies as well. So generate a stock strategy, generate an option strategy, back test them both using a profiler, and then rerun them again and back test them both using a profiler. And then you should make sure that it's not calling out to these APIs again. And you need to run them at least over a few days, right? So you could have it maybe like the trading iteration could be maybe running once a day. That's fine, but you should run it for like 4 or 5 days to see this work a few times over, right? So it should be a reasonably lengthy back test, like maybe a week or so for both options. And for stocks, they both need to be run twice. They both need to be profiled. DuckDB and caching are like the two things I'd be paying most attention to, but also making sure that everything else works. Permissions need to work as well. You need to have testing around permissions, around tool permissions, and all that kind of stuff. All that needs to be very thoroughly tested with unit tests and with these integration tests that are run several times over. So please update all of your game plan to include that as well. Yeah. I think that should pretty much put us in a position where we can get this thing to run. And I'm going to go grab dinner. And while I'm running dinner, I'm going to let this thing actually go off and build all the stuff. I think by the time I get back, it should be done. And then next week, we'd actually play around with it. I'm actually very excited to see this work. We've put a lot of thought into this. I've definitely put a lot of thought into this. I think this is going to be an extremely valuable thing going forward. What do you guys think?
I spent the night trying to figure out what the hell you're working on, Robert. I missed the front end of the meeting. So what you fill me in real quick what this is?
Yeah, so this is basically, we've talked about this before, right? Like basically giving the Lumibot the ability to run like an AI agent,
Right.
right? Which means basically when it's trading, it's not you telling it what to trade, because normally you build a trading strategy, you'll say if the VIX is below this, or if, the moving average is above this or whatever, you'll give it some discrete criteria of like, if this happens, then do this. Whereas this instead is going to give your trading strategies the ability to just lean on AI fully, right? And just say, here's all the inputs. Here's the idea of what we're trying to do. You go ahead and execute this.
Very cool.
Yeah. I think this is going to,
I
yeah.
was going to ask you, what are you working in? This seems to be something new here too. This agentic, what's the format here? What is this you're working with?
Yeah, so this is called CMUX, CMUX. I actually met this guy in person, the guy who made this library or this project. It's I think the fastest growing project right now when it comes to like managing agents on your computer, especially on a Mac. Um, and it's really nice because I have all my different agents here on the left-hand side, whereas before they were like tabs across the top. But the tabs across the top didn't work very well because it didn't give me enough details about each one of these things. And then like when they finish, I know which one's done. I could click on it, and then inside here is like Codex or Claude code that's working, right?
Oh,
Yeah. This is actually really cool. The guy who created this, I pitched on Wednesday at AWS in front of like 200 people. This guy pitched right after me, And when he sat down next to me, I'm like, holy shit, this is a really cool project. He's answering an email to Sequoia Capital, like one of the biggest VCs on earth. Sequoia
Wow.
Capital was messaging about this. Yeah. So I was like, wow, okay, maybe that's what I got to do to get investors.
I need friends. Yeah, for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
Good. Last question. You just had about ready to head home from San Francisco on a scale of 1 to 10. That's all I want. 1 to 10, how was your trip?
I would say it was a solid 8 or 9. You
Good.
know?
Excellent. Good news.
Yeah, it would have been a 10 if someone gave me a check.
Understood.
But that's not very realistic, right? You like for someone to just hand you a $10 million check
You
for
plant
starting
some
to meet them.
seeds and then water them, right?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
So
Good.
so that's gonna be my whole thing. When I get back home, it's just gonna be all follow-ups,
Sure. Yeah.
A lot of follow-ups to do.
Yep. Cool. Good. Well, go eat some dinner and get the hell out of San Francisco, dude.
Yeah, yeah. I gotta get on my plate soon. So bittersweet, I'm I'm definitely ready to go home. I want to see my wife and kid and stop spending so much freaking money every day. It's
Oh yeah.
so freaking expensive in California. Like Jesus Christ. I'm like scared to look at my credit card bills. It's
Hmm.
I think I spent $200 a day easily here.
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
sure. Yeah.
Yeah, if not more.
Pretty cool. Well, have a good night. Have a good dinner and a safe
Yeah.
flight home. Okay.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
All right. You take her easy.
Have a good night, guys. Next week when we come back here, I'll get this thing to work on this. Actually start build. I'm going to build it right now, and then hopefully next week we'll actually be able to start using this and try actually see what kind of results we get running something like this.
Good. Good night.
All right. Have a good night, guys.
Thanks, Rob. Great stuff. See you next week.
Thank you. See you next week. Bye.